good morning. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and you're welcome to the midweek edition of the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. And as usual, my name is Deborah Eze, and I'm definitely not doing this alone. I have
most definitely Onyeka Valentine.
And
good morning,
Mohammed.
Thank you very much.
All right,
you had a good night.
Very, very good night. Well. I rested well.
And for you, Mohammed.
Thank you, my brother. How are you doing today?
Very well.
Well done, Deborah.
Well done.
We had. I mean, just on a lighter mood. I mean, for the first time in a long while, maybe fasting for both Christian and Muslims started the same
right.
time. I think we're talking about Ramadan starting the same time as the Lenten season.
And also the Ramadan and the Lent has actually come with a controversy, and that is the fact that the elections will be delayed because of it. People are actually like talking about it, and I think it's still under review.
Yes. I think we're going to be able to talk about that in the papers, likely. But the Senate, we're expecting the Harmonization Committee to come up with their terms. But so yesterday, there is a reduction in the election period from 360 days to 300 days. So even what you're talking about to say, election may be in 2027, maybe in 2026, because the election may be in December this year, perhaps, based on the amendment that happened yesterday. Might even happen like the election in 2026. So to be able to accommodate Ramadan for next year Ramadan will likely be on the February 8th. And if you remember what INEC released, the calendar last week Thursday, presidential election supposed to be February 20, and the governorship and the state assembly election supposed to be March 14 next year. Those two windows will be fasting period, and that will likely be able to create a kind of a chaos in the system.
Right.
So I think they are considering that to be able to roll out things around voter apathy. We don't want to come. I'm sure when we get to the papers, we'll talk about it.
Let's start off with the Business Day newspaper. That is our sister company, and the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads: Nigeria's oil firms survive on $7 per barrel as insecurity terms profit. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have manual transmission stays as Electoral Act advances for third reading. And the writers to that story read: cuts election notice period to 300 days for Ramadan, and the Senate retains manual backup for result transmission after 10's shutdown. And also 55 senators back manual option and only 15 oppose. And that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. We also have BDC's face brick wall on new FX directive, and that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also NSIA's healthcare journey from vision to measurable impact, transforming healthcare in Nigeria, and that is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. All right, Mo, speak to us about the big story on the Business Day newspaper, which is the Nigeria's oil firm survive on $7 per barrel as insecurity teams profit.
Thank you very much again for having me there. Once again, thank you very much. So I think the problem is actually becoming apparent. The insecurity challenge, how much most of all these oil firms spend to protect their oil facilities and infrastructure they put in place is quite very, very huge. So our energy editor did an amazing job here to do an estimation as to how much exactly they spend, when it comes to maintaining these oil installations. And it goes to as high as about $40 to $50. And don't forget as well, a barrel of oil now is about $60 to $70 per barrel. That's how much we sell now. So if they're able to sell for $60 to $70 per barrel, and if you subtract the costs of about $40 to $50, in fact, it's for some, especially those actually operating in trouble spot areas, in flashpoint areas, areas like in Port Harcourt, LSI Lemon, for example, where you tend to be able to have, you have vandals. You have some of these burglars, vandals, who actually be able to boggle through or vandalize their pipelines. They tend to spend more. In dollar terms, it's about around $50 to $55 that they spend. So by the time you subtract that from what they're actually selling, the amount of profit left to them is really, really very marginal. But thin profit margin is what they have left to be able to was what they actually have left. But I want to be able to mention this, and I think I would like Deepo as well, our Deepo Energy Editor, to go back and see that in the last 2 months now, since December, there have been a kind of a stability for two reasons. River has been a flashpoint. Of course, the largest place where we actually be able to produce our oil is in Akwa Ibom. You know, we have Akwa Ibom, then we have Delta, then River State. These are actually the largest point where we have the largest amount of oil that comes into the nation. Now, because there is element of political stability in Rivers has been a flashpoint. Remember very well the clash between the governor and the minister. It has created a lot of problems that affected oil production on a consistent basis. But since the president has waded in for the second time and tried to breach the fences or mend the fences between the two of them, the oil production has remained a bit stable in terms of production. Prices in the national market also remained stable on the back of, you know, Russia, Ukraine are trying to be able to settle. Yesterday there was actually a discussion, another round of discussion again to see how we can be able to put the war to an end. It's about 4 years now by February 21. Ukraine-Russian war will be started in 2021. I'm not 5 years now that it will be on the 21st or 22nd of February, I'm not mistaken. The war is actually aggravating and it's affecting a lot of things on the international market, international oil markets. So for producers here who are banking on about $7 per barrel profit, may not be enough for them. If you juxtapose that with what they were earning before now. When I say before, I'm talking about during Jonathan's time. But this is still a bit better if you compare it to when insecurity was highly heightened. About 3 years ago during Buhari's administration, or 3 years or 4 years ago, their profit then was as razor thin to as high as about $2 per barrel. Now we've seen something that is a marginal increase. And with some of all these dynamics, socio-political, economic dynamics that's actually happening on the oil front, especially in the oil producing basin, we expect this to actually be able to hinge up in days ahead, in months ahead. We say days ahead.
$7
Dollar per barrel
based on profit.
Okay.
Don't you think that it's
too low?
It is low.
Okay.
Don't think it's low. I mean, truth be told, yes, we know that this global, back and forth has affected oil
Generally,
gains, but even though Ukraine and Russia, they've had it back to back.
Back, of course.
5
years now.
Ukraine has refused to join NATO issues. Anyway, but that's separate. $7 as profit. If we are able to sustain that rise, do you think the next 3-4 months might hit about say $8 to $10?
Yes, that's what
the reason why I'm asking this question is judging from where we are coming from.
Okay.
And knowing the dispensation that we are right now and the flashpoints.
Okay,
the question now is, with this trajectory, can we even hit $9
or $10?
Yes. Or are we going to see a tank?
Of course, down further below $7. I don't think there will be. That's what I was trying to explain. I said if you compare, fine, most of the margin they've had, oil production, oil market is a capital intensive. You need to spend more as well to ensure you're able to sell more. Don't forget, it is highly capital intensive. Explorations, drilling, securing the pipeline, do all those things.
HSC.
You need to HSC. Thank you very much. Health safety and enforcement and things like that. You need all those. So there are cost implications. These are cost centers that go into it. But I think what the problem is, what will actually be the plus point for them is once we have the stability, especially across the states, Akwa Ibom, Delta, and Rivers, and Bayelsa. These four are where we produce the largest barrels of oil so far today in the nation. But Rivers has actually been the problem because of the political, issue that they've had, the political opera that's happened there. But I expect, next 3 months, I can tell you because there was a time where this guy like actually gaining $15 per barrel, a profit margin. After the $15, yes, during Jonathan's time. And then Bryce's time as well, it has tanked further to around $3 at a time. $2 per barrel.
Were we surprised, or are we surprised, put it this way?
I'm saying, because in fact what is actually taking a chunk of their profit now, at $70 they are good. Because if you look at operational expenses, OPEX, their OPEX is not even up to $20. But surveilling the pipelines is what is costing them the more. So that one alone could take about 50%, another $20 to be able to pay soldiers, civil defense corps, commandants that are actually mounting this. In addition to non-state actors, people like Tompolo, they are being paid. People like Dasari Dokubo, exactly. They are paying all these people huge money. Tantita, thank you very much. So Tantita security. So they are paying all this as well.
Which it shouldn't be really.
Of course, that's why we needed to. I think gradually we are winning away from there. They are now harming more of the civil defense, the NSCDC, because that's their own job. They're the one to actually be able to survey these pipelines. So let's give it like next about half of this year. I think this will actually be able to go to $10 as it was actually projected.
Thank you very much, Mo. Let's now move our focus to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch newspaper, the big story there, this 2027 elections, and we have lawmakers protest as NAS okays e-transmission manual backup. And the rider to that story reads, outrage as Abaribe leads 14 senators in protest. Minority reps walk out. And that is on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. And at the top of the Punch newspaper, we have cash crunch. Ministers lament as 10 trillion naira capital funding stalls. And the rider there, MDAs get below 1 trillion naira for 2025 capital project. Federal government relies on loans. And that is on page 9. And also, Nigeria loses 1.76 trillion naira after missing OPEC quota. And that is on page 22 of the Punch newspaper. And yes, RFI is on the papers. 432 billion naira probe. EFCC extends RFI detention as lawyer pushes for bail. And that is on page 7. And below we have the Ramadan Lent begins today across the globe, and that is on page 7. And Ondo APC chair beaten as party meeting erupts in chaos, and that is on page 8. And finally, NUPRC moves to end crew theft with first metering facility. So quickly, let's talk about RFI.
Oh, RFI again
in the news.
Always, I mean, it's been in the news. He's in the eye of the storm at the moment. And
those
I'm sure
glass houses should not throw stones.
And he has shown a whole lot, actually. Wow. He has shown many. So now, RFI is in detention. Is there actually confirmed that?
Not far from it.
Not far from it.
Okay. Because I don't think. Let's first of all look at the substance of the case there, Van Val. Let's look at the substance. There are two things: 456 billion naira, while he was still the governor of the state. I remember that he has immunity as a governor. He can only be able to deal with them after they have finished their term. So maybe, and at the same time, EFCC was trying to actually be very, very circumspect so that they will not be able to jump into trial without having their fact well. If you see what they tabled yesterday, they are so indicting, my sister.
Right.
When I say indicting,
to the very latter.
Yes, it's as if they've done their investigation, due diligence. Those evidence were quite unbelievable. Today, yes, they're supposed to be able to go to DSS over that statement of wiretapping. According to him,
which is a
we
crime.
also listen to them. It's a crime. We listen to them. We know what they are talking about. That is the case with EFCC, with DSS.
Yes.
But this one is EFCC, which is about 456 billion naira. I think it needs to be sure to still be able to. Can you imagine that? That's cardinal state money that you need to come and be able to give account for. Yes, it's still presumed innocent, but I don't think it's more political witch hunting. Perhaps, as we would actually be able to put it. I think he has case to answer. And let him be able to answer it. If he can't actually be able to exonerate himself, all well and good. I think the other one that people would like to talk about was the lawmaker. So I'll talk about that. Okay, 2017 election. I mean, it was actually another very big optics yesterday. In fact, I think House of Reps came out and they were shouting APC only. I don't know. You saw that in the video. It was actually led by Kixi Chinda. They came out. I don't know what informed that, but just like you read here, and I think it's also in our paper as well, is the fact that electronic transmission of results is there, section 60 subsection 3 of the Electoral Act 2022, which has now been repealed and amended to become an Electoral Act of 2026 to guide 2027 election. But two things were there. One is the idea about this, right? Each transmission will be, but don't let us forget, Val and Deb.
Can I chip in something?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Don't forget that 40% of states in Nigeria, 40%, do not have internet access. If we made real-time, that clause, real-time clause, if we made it mandatory, there is a higher likelihood that a lot of places will be jettisoned. The result will be just many places. And that's why I think they have to be able to go back and see, let's do this, but there should be a manual backup from EC8A.
So you're with them?
Does not be with them, I'm serious, because
that's
let people do this. If we say e-transmission real-time, it simply means that when they vote now, the result goes now. Anything that does not make it to go now is a nullity. Can we say that? If we put it like that, but we have to understand our reality. To say, oh, we got this POS. This is election collation. It's beyond POS counting. People sometimes will just be able to trivialize things. We're talking about millions of people at a time. Even you go to POS, they'll tell you there's no network. It happens, right? What will you do there? You just go back to your house and come back. So, but what I'm saying every time is, if I don't do it then, there is never.
Right.
Then or never. So are we saying that we should jettison all those ones? I think that's the question. And the second one, what we're able to start off with is election could likely hold in December because of Ramadan in 2027 or in January. Though we're looking at January 13 likely, but there's also a likelihood because of the 360 days that it has actually been pushed back to, you know, to ensure that we can be able to have the election before that particular period. I don't know, I think if I want to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say very quickly. I mean, as much as we see that, so the ruling party APC.
Well,
right?
I'm sorry to cut you. You know, something just came in now. You're speaking about internet service not in several places. But you know that when it comes to counting, it doesn't really take as much data. If let's really transmitting results. Let's use you know, I don't want to trivialize it, but let's use JAM for instance.
Okay.
Now, everywhere in the country, this exams is actually conducted because it is actually like transmitted electronically. So, should that be an obstacle in places where they actually don't have internet access? Because how much data do you need to actually send a document?
So I remember on Friday, Doctor, I think
it was very good.
Of course.
So just
I will answer that
before you respond. You see, just in light of what you said. When we saw the lawmakers stepping out saying APC only and all that, so they said in the video, I mean, truth be told, right? Anyone who, even Stevie Wonder who is blind, will see what's going on here. Truth be told, how much data do you need to transmit real time? It just simply means that there is some form of lacuna somewhere. And once we now see those gray areas, my question now to the public and to my question to those who are running this country,
listen to us,
APC,
APC in particular.
Yes, my question to APC and their chieftains, my question is, don't you feel as if you are putting yourself in a gray area by not allowing this thing to be 100%? However, I can understand if you now say that we have issue of network.
Of course,
But that's also a slap on your face because you are the ruling party. Can you not call all the network providers and say, make sure this thing gets ready before then? So that the world now sees that even though you guys were questioned in the past, right? That narrative of people saying that you guys hijacked it. This is just alleged.
Of course.
Let this 2027 now be an opportunity for you guys to put Nigeria on the map of integrity.
Anyways, we're ready now.
So I agree, but there's a lot of time. There's a transmission. No doubt, let us be able to roll out that fact. It is still at the hub there.
Of course, we know what that means. They've already told you that. We will only count manually if there's communication issues and network challenges.
So when they go manual backup, they simply just open the back door.
Yes, exactly.
Knowing that, but at the same time, if we close that,
throw a wrench inside the engine of that.
We won't be able to take the Vanguard. We won't be able to take the Vanguard. So let's look at the cartoon of the day. What is the cartoon of the day saying? We have a pipe. This looks like a sewage pipe. It's a pipe. And then from the pipe,
leakages.
You see, just like I promised, your patience is about to pay off.
Okay, on the contrary, not even a sewage pipe. Maybe I'm sure like
that's a pipe.
A pipe with
bringing clean water.
The masses,
and somebody was actually, declining.
The government, people in power have actually poked holes into it, and they have all of the water to themselves.
And guess what? They are not drinking it. They're having a bath. Meanwhile, the person waiting for drinking water doesn't even have a drop.
And he will still wait and keep waiting.
Some people are swimming in it and
having their bath. After they've drunk to their fill.
Yeah, it's about to pay off. Just a tiny bit. It's about
to wait.
Yeah,
it's about to pay off.
So
that's quite
a tiny bit to enter the bucket, and then they can drink from it.
Asuka did a good job.
A very good job, one. I mean, Nigerians are already there, and I think it's just another message. Because this is just messages to our politicians to ensure that we need to let it trickle down. People have to be able to feel it. I know most of the time when we talk about numbers, people will be talking about when will it translate into livelihood. Let people feel it.
Exactly.
So it will not just actually be, it's just revolve around those people there. Let people at the bottom of the pyramid.
We think it's a
be able
joke,
to feel this
but $1 to 1,300 and something naira is, look, it's strangling Nigerians like this. We don't know this thing.
Okay.
But
I think 1,000 thing is even a bit better from where we are coming from.
From where we are coming
Maybe where we are
from,
coming
true.
from, actually.
I think the problem is the fact that
I know
it's not
it's high,
translating to the pocket.
But that's what
We say that, transformation is happening, but then there's food. People can't buy food to it. So that's just it. Anyways, thank you so much, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Dad. Thank you very much, Val.
All right, we've come to the end of...
Thank you.
We've come to the end of the newspaper review. After this break is going to be Business Morning. Many thanks for joining us.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was the one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
And you're welcome to Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The Nigerian equities markets closed low on Tuesday, halting a rally that it had been on for days. Data from the NGX indicated that profit-taking in banking stocks was a major driver of the decline, outweighing gains recorded in consumer goods counter. At the close of trading, the all-share index declined from 190,262.44 on Monday to 189,362.94, marking a 0.47% drop, while market capitalization correspondingly fell from 122.13 trillion naira to 121.55 trillion naira. Trading activities also strengthened across most indicators as the numbers of deals surged 34.82% to 86,697 transactions, while volume traded increased 12.93% to 1.19 billion units, although total transaction value declined 4.44% to 60.19 billion naira. And Nigeria's oil sector lost an estimated 1.76 trillion naira in potential crude oil revenue due to its failure to meet the production quota set by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries from January 2025 to January 2026. Data from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission revealed that the country's crude oil production fell below the OPEC set target of 1.5 million barrels per day in 9 months in 2025 and repeated the same in the first month of 2026, even as global crude prices remained moderately strong. According to the figures, Nigeria produced 1.54 million barrels per day in January 2025, exceeding its quota by about 40,000 barrels per day. Production also slightly exceeded the quota in June and July, with daily output of 1.51 million barrels per day, translating to surpluses of approximately 10,000 to 30,000 barrels per day. And still on, MTN Group Limited, Africa's largest mobile operator, has agreed to acquire IHS Holding Limited, a leading independent owner and operator of telecommunication towers, in an all-cash transaction valued at $6.2 billion. IHS announced the deal in a statement on Tuesday, revealing that shareholders will receive $8.50 per share, representing a 239% premium over the company's share price at the start of its strategic review in March 2024. The transaction reportedly provides shareholders with an immediate and certain opportunity to realize the value generated since the announcement of the company's strategic review on 12 March 2024, initiated during a period of sustained geopolitical and macroeconomic volatility in key opening markets. IHS Towers Board of Directors has unanimously approved the agreement and the transaction, resolving to recommend approval of the agreement and the transactions by IHS Towers shareholders. And so when the news, two of South Africa's biggest trade unions have rejected an improved 6% salary increase offer from state-owned Power. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to have the conversation. Still, global solar market in 2026. Where is the real growth? Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to the first conversation for today. The global solar industry is entering a new phase after years of rapid expansion driven by climate commitment and failing technology costs. The conversation is now shifting towards market consolidation, supply chain pressures, geopolitical tensions, and a tougher financing investment. And of course, joining us this morning is Zoher Kefi, is the Senior Vice President of Global Sales at Solar Fabric Germany. It brings a front row view of global demand trend, pricing dynamics, and where capital is flowing in the solar space. Zoher, thank you for joining us on Business Morning this morning.
Thank you very much, Deborah, for the invitation and to give me the possibility also to be with you this morning.
So let's go straight into it. Let's now set the scene. So when you look at the global solar landscape heading, where do you see it heading in 2026? What are the strongest demand growth that we see heading towards 2026?
Very good question, because actually, if we see the actual situation, then we see that Asia is maybe the biggest market actually in the world. But if you look at the potential and what will happen in the future, then Africa has some of the best solar resources on Earth. And actually, the highest growth, what we see, for example, in 2025, it was not in Asia or in Europe or in US, but it was in Africa, because the growth what we had last year, it was around 54% of growth in the added solar installation across Africa. And if we say Africa, that we have to see that the country with the highest population in Africa is actually Nigeria. And the Nigerian market is a very important market for the future in solar energy. We expect a very high growth and very high potential in Nigeria during the next years.
All right, now let's look at Europe's position since we're looking at the global solar. Now, Europe accelerated solar deployment after the energy crisis. You can agree with me. So is that momentum sustainable, or are we beginning to see a slowdown?
It will be sustainable in Europe. The market in Europe will also continue growing because the demand of electricity is growing a lot. We are actually in the electricity decade in Europe. We have increases of demand due to the increase of installation of heat pumps, also the increase of installation of EV chargers for electrical vehicles. And also we are in a situation that we are transforming the consumption of heating from gas to electricity. For that reason, we have more and more need of electricity. And actually, what is the alternative to fossil energy? It's solar energy, because solar energy becoming more and more affordable, even if we have less sunshine in Europe comparing with other continents. But the low prices of solar energy components allowed us to have here a continued growth comparing with other continents, but the growth is not so high like the potential what we have, for example, in Africa.
All right, let's look at the emerging market. So do you think emerging market, particularly Africa, the Middle East, and also the Southeast Asia, do you think they are becoming the next real growth when it comes to engines for solar?
Definitely, because as I told you, the resource solar, that means the sunshine, the economical level of investment in solar energy in areas like Africa, Middle East, or Southeast Asia will be always better and rentable comparing with investments in Europe or in other countries where the sunshine is less.
Right, so let's look at financing and the interest rate. Higher global interest rates have impacted infrastructure projects. So how is financing shaping solar investment decisions today?
I think for us, minimum as German company, we have the support of the German government by which support us as a manufacturer of PV panels in Germany to export. For that reason, we have the possibility to offer not only premium and high quality products, but also financial solution, which allow us to position ourselves in countries in Africa or in other regions in the globe with very, very affordable solution. That means we can offer premium, high quality solution combined with financial solution. I understand that actually the interest rate in Nigeria is very, very high if we compare it with European countries because of the economic or the high inflation in Nigeria. The local interest rate is very high. That's why if we offer not only the product but also the financial solution, that we are very sure that we will have a very strong position in the future in Nigeria.
So speak to us about where the growth is actually stronger right now. Are we looking at the large utility scale projects or rooftop and commercial and industrial solar installations? Where is the growth stronger right now?
Growth is stronger in large scale projects in the short time, but in medium term, I believe that the C&I sector, the commercial and industrial sector, will grow very, very fast because especially industrial companies, they need alternative and very cheap energy to be competitive in their production, in their growth. And the only solution to have cheap energy actually is solar.
The supply chain and industrial policy, speak to us about how trade policies, the tariffs, and also domestic manufacturing incentives are reshaping global competition in solar.
We see that actually that just in China, the prices are increasing very quickly because of different aspects. The first aspect is that the silver prices increased a lot during the last 12 months, and actually the part of silver in the sale is around 30% of the price. In addition to that, all the other components like aluminium are increasing. And if we add that actually China decided to stop the subsidy of the exported solar panels starting from the 1st of April 2026, then means that in the future we expect that the prices will increase by around 30%. And addition to that, we see that in different countries there is also like restriction for products from China. We see that in India, for example, you have to pay around 30% of taxes if you import this kind of products, or in US, it's more complicated. And all these aspects influence, of course, the image of the global market of solar.
Let's now move our focus to technology shift. So are we seeing meaningful technological advancements driving efficiency and cost reduction, or do you think the market is now more about skill and execution?
The market is, the technology is growing very, very fast. Actually, we see that the efficiency is increasing nearly every 3 months. We have new panels, we have new technologies. Actually, we are speaking about the back contacted technologies with offering a module efficiency for around 24 to 25%. 2 years ago, the module efficiency were around 20 to 21%. So, and this technology growth will not stop and will never stop, because we are just in the beginning. To have a mature technology, I think it will take a long time. But at this moment, what we can see is we have a stable quality on the market, but the technology is still in the beginning.
How significant would you say corporate demand is? And I'm speaking particularly from companies with ESG commitments. How significant is it in driving new solar capacity?
I think it's very significant, because actually, if we see the investment, we have to look not only about the capex side, we have to look also about the opex side, because at this moment, companies like Solar Fabric Germany, we are offering solution with 30 years guarantee, and with also a guarantee that the performance after 30 years will be minimum 87 to 88% of the performance in the beginning. And if you see this durability, that means we are expecting that a solar panel will have a lifetime of around 50 years, which offer to all the investors a long-term possibility to calculate his energy production and the cost of energy, because over the globe, the cost of energy is increasing a lot. And if you have the possibility to have a clear budgeting of your energy cost, then you will be always very competitive in your industrial sector.
All right, before I let you go, Zohair, so let's look at the future outlook. So if you have to identify one region that investors should be watching closely in 2026, where would that be and why?
I think if investment should be done, then it should be in countries like Nigeria or in that region, because the irradiance is very, very high there. That means the investment is very, very attractive, and the need of electricity is there. For that reason, we, as Solar Fabric Germany, we decided to position ourselves in Nigeria with our local partners, because we see that this market has the highest potential in the future in Africa.
Thank you very much. Zohair Kefi is the Senior Vice President of Global Sales at Solar Fabric Germany. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Deborah.
All right, still to come after the break, we're going to be looking at how AI will bring 500 million Africans into financial mainstream. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for this morning. Financial exclusion remains one of Africa's biggest development challenges. And despite rapid fintech growth, over 300 million adults across the continent still lack access to formal banking services. Now, a new frontier is emerging, voice AI, technology that could allow millions of Africans to access financial services using something as simple as speech in their own local languages without smartphones or literacy barriers. And our guest today, Luis Nwadike, he joins us to discuss how voice-driven artificial intelligence could help bring as many as 500 million Africans into the financial mainstream and what that means for banks, fintechs, regulators, and investors. Luis, thank you for joining us. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Yeah, thank you, Business Day. It's also good to be here.
All right, now let's look at the big picture. When we talk about banking without borders, what does that really mean in the African context? And why is voice AI such a game changer?
Yeah, absolutely. So banking without borders simply means that an inclusion system where every single person is able to be involved in the mainstream banking system. So we're looking at the concept of borders itself as being any limitation at all. So it's not just centered towards geographical borders, but borders that stand for any limitation at all. And these limitations can be the literacy gaps, the language barriers, digital complexities. We have a very huge populace of people who are not so used to the digital system. The fintech apps we have there are somewhat very complicated or complex in the interfaces. So we are looking forward to a system where there is no need for any complex interfaces and menus again. Given over the years, progressively, tech has evolved so much. We had a 2000 when we were just fully bank-centric, and then we had the ATMs out. Then 2012, we had a central bank introducing cashless policy. We had POSs out. We had it to switch come out. We had Flutterwave and also have Paystack. These are all evolvement, but they have all been for infrastructure level. We still have, they all tried to bring that inclusion in and remove the borders when it comes to the limitations the populace have. But at the same time, they have all been trying to fix that by providing infrastructural solutions. We need more of the root level end user solutions that bridge these gaps for them. And that's where voice AI comes in. So we're looking at systems where people can be able to make fintech transactions by just using their voice. By leveraging machine learning models and AI models, you're able to only use your voice to make transactions without having to go through menus. And that also means that you can do that to include every single person, including the women in the markets and the remote people. To include that, we also have to include languages. So people are able to communicate, are able to make transactions using their voices and in their own local languages.
So, well said, Luis. So let's look at the problem of access. You know, Africa has seen explosive fintech growth, yet financial exclusion remains really, really high. So what gaps has the mobile banking failed to close that voice AI can address?
Yes. So the existing mobile banking apps, like OPay, MoneyPoint, and the rest of them, they have done a good job so far. But however, as I mentioned previously, they are mainly focused on the infrastructure level. And the infrastructure level also has its own limitations when it comes to actually including every single end user. We've seen rapid growth, exponential growth over the years. We're looking at between 2015 and 2023, we have seen like so many mobile banking apps, mobile transfers, agency banking, and fintech operations going on. But however, they still have those limitations of, they assume that people already have enough financial banking literacy. They also assume that every single person is very English literate. They also assume that people have smartphones that are very from their own comfort. However, this is not really the case. Most people find it very difficult when it comes to going through these apps and going through the menus on the apps, the complex interfaces. And this is where AI and voice agents come in. They bridge that gap. These builds on the existing infrastructural developments, and it builds on that to make sure that every single person, the end users, that's a target, to include the over 500 million populace that are not yet included in the mainstream banking system.
All right, so let's look at the language and literacy barrier. You mentioned that, but let's look at it in-depthly. So you know that many Africans operate in local language and also informal economy. So how does voice AI solve the literacy and the language barrier that traditional banking apps struggle with?
Yes. So once again, it still comes down to the AI models. So Nigeria alone has over 500 languages. This is just Nigeria. Then we're talking about the entire Africa. And all these languages, the fintech apps we have there are all communicating in just English language, while we have more equal languages when it comes to like diversing that over the entire African scope. So this is a very huge limitation, and this is where voice AI comes in. So, and when we go a little bit into the intricacies of the voice models, the voice AI agentic pipeline that actually powers this. We're talking about the LLMs, the large language models that stand as the reasoning framework. We're also talking about the speech to text models that translates that to the text which is being reasoned on and then returned back as text to speech. So this whole pipeline is coordinated to enable that speech synthesis in people's local languages. We have different developments. For example, we have Google, as of January this year, Google released Waxal, which is a kind of a data set, African-based data set, which people can fine-tune or use to implement RAG systems to context inject their own local languages into pre-trained models. So these gets to improve the existing models. We also have Young GPT, for example. We have different AI architectural companies that are also building infrastructures that support Africa. And if we're able to get this working, then that solves the very huge gap of language barriers we have in the inclusion.
All right, so let's look at the infrastructure reality now. Let's talk practicality. Can voice AI truly work in low connectivity or feature phone environment, or is this still urban focused information?
I would like to point that innovation is always evolving. The tech space is always evolving. And it's very true that we also have to consider the limitations we have in the African ecosystem, where we're still struggling with proper internet connection. We're still struggling with people having very good smartphones. And that's why we're also introducing the AI models in the first place. And so if we still see these limitations there, we should be able to fix those challenges. And we do this, AI has evolved so much that we're getting what we call small language models. So we have more tiny models that even though they were pre-trained on bulk byte sizes, they're able to be quantized. And we have them in lower byte sizes that gives them more speed. We have bit size reference engines now. So the whole point is that the space has been evolving and is still evolving to have smaller models that can fit not just on the cloud, but also on people's local devices. I mean, that way you can be able to do the synthesis from the person's device even before pushing to cloud. That takes away that infrastructure device limitations. When we have smaller models, they're able to do that. We also have inculcation of USSD systems. We also have phone call systems. We're able to automate transactions also through phone calls. So that's also possible. You don't need data, you don't need the internet. You do that over without the VoIP. You do that using just your normal phone calls. So these are existing challenges which the AI system is already very aware of, and we're building infrastructures in order to mitigate and navigate those challenges.
So we can both agree that financial services are built on trust. So how do you address concerns about fraud, identity verification, and data privacy when transactions are voice-driven?
That's when it comes to the security part, it's very sensitive, and that's why in the systems being built. For example, I'll give you an instance. LaserVolt, which I am a founder of, we're building systems that deal with voice agents, And we are also very much concerned because going through like building that infrastructure from ground up, we've seen so many security limitations. And we fixing that by requiring very good multi-factor authentications. So talking about the KYCs even from the get-go, we're talking about having authentication already in place. That's a must. We're talking about ways of preserving users' credentials. We're talking about PIN authentications, even though you're using voice, but at the same time, we also have a level where at a point before the final transaction, we also require transaction PIN. So these are multiple levels to implement that security so that even if your device is infiltrated into, you still have very good access, you still have very good control over what's being done with your device.
All right, so commercial incentives from a business standpoint, why do you think banks should invest in voice AI? And do you think the unbanked population is actually commercially viable, or is this more of a long-term play?
And long-term plays. The Nigerian informal economy, which is our target audience now, they contribute about over 50% of the GDP. That's like that's not that's just the marginal market, not really the core market. The valuation of fintech over the last decade has risen. We're looking at the fintech, the Nigerian fintech space, to be about the African fintech space in the whole to be about $47 billion by 2028 in revenue. So the informal sector should obviously be considered. We've seen very good progressive acquisitions like the Stripe acquisition of Paystack in 2020 and all that. So we've seen very good improvements so far. However, and this also tells why these banks should be concerned, because if we have these large populations of people that contribute so much to the economy, however, they do not use banks, or even if they do use banks, they are very limited in what they do with these banks because of the constraints they have from their own end. It's very good that the banking sector looks into this. And this new technology, the AI voice system, the AI voice agentic pipeline, will be able to fix this. So it's an evolving technology and it has come to progress. And over the years, as years go by, obviously, we're going to see like very good models, more accurate models, smaller models that fit into devices, and Africa should not be left out of that play.
Right. So could Africa leapfrog developed markets in voice AI banking, just like they did with the mobile money?
Absolutely. I would say that Africa can't do it because we have the ability to do it. We just have to be very progressive in our evolution. The central bank, for example, we have had very good banking improvements. Let's say, for example, the Mono open banking, which was recently acquired by Flutterwave. But the system they created there, is very comparable with the Plaid or TrueLayer from the in the West. These are also open banking frameworks. So the Nigerian system, the African system has been very progressive, especially when it comes to fintech. And that's why we have different fintech solutions. So we have the ability to beat or to compete in the global market, given that we have the infrastructure, we have the talent, and we are gathering more and more African-based data sets. And once we have that in very huge quantity, we'll be able to beat any global market out there.
So do you think African regulators are prepared for AI-powered financial services at this scale? And what policy adjustments may be required to get to that scale?
So far, we've had like different instances, good policies from the government. So starting from the cashless policy, I think there has been a very good improvement. We're looking into open banking. The CBN, for example, in Nigeria has spoken about bringing its own personal streamlined framework for open banking. It was supposed to be in August, but now it's been postponed. But anytime this year or next year, we should see open banking in the mainstream. and that opens a very huge stream of possibilities for most fintech apps. So we have different applications of that. So yes, I do think that the government policies will accommodate AI voice agents, given that we're accommodating several other tech in the finance system. Voice agents will be accommodated, and I also think that we're ready. We have the infrastructure, we have the intelligence, we have the people that are that can promote this. We have very, very tech savvy people in that office that can promote this.
So 500 million naira projection is a bold number, 500 million. So tell me the assumptions that are actually behind that projection, and what timeline are we realistically looking at?
So these projections assume that we have continuous mobile penetration growth in Nigeria. Across Africa, we have expansion of 5G, 4G network infrastructure, of which network is one of the major limitations. We have reduced AI inference costs. We have good inferencing engines now, but they are a little bit expensive. And as the AI space continues to grow, the tech continues to grow, we'll have, as I mentioned previously, smaller models that will be able to fit into people's phones and devices directly. We have language data set training. Once we keep having more and more language data sets, this projection assumes that we'll be able to cover this populace. And we also have, obviously, like the regulations, the regulatory policies from the government side. The population of Africa is projected to exceed 1.7 billion by 2030. That Nigeria alone is projected to surpass 250 million people within the next decade. So you can only imagine, even if we have 30 or 40% of financially active adults, if they're able to adopt this banking system within the next 7 to 10 years, they will have 400 to 500 million users continent-wide, being realistic to have on this voice agent system.
Okay, so now, before I let you go, Lewis, 5 years from now, what will the banking look like for the average African market trader or even the small business owner if voice AI is adopted and it becomes successful?
I think number one is going to be very interesting. The voice AI system will surely lead to more adaptation of banking apps, of fintech applications. So we're looking at systems where somebody can be able to say, just send 10,000 in Naira, for example, to anybody. You just mention a name, you mention an amount, and it's able to automatically automate that transaction for you. You ask it, check my sales today, give me budgeting plans, give me inventory plans, remind me who owes me, or who I lend, who I'm supposed to lend money tomorrow. Just assist with daily business goals and personal goals too. Micro credit analysis, credit scoring. It can be able to automatically automate the detection of fraudulent transactions on the go. So even before 5 years' time, we've seen a system where we just have very seamless financial transactions because of the implementation of the voice agent system.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. We're speaking to Louis Nwadike. He is an AI engineer. Thank you so much for coming on the Business Morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, that's the much we can take on Business Morning this morning. We looked at global solar market in 2026, and we're asking the question, where the real growth is. And also we looked at how AI will bring 500 million Africans into financial mainstream. And of course, the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Not everyone gains access. Not everyone belongs to the room within the room. The Shift Conference Lagos 2026 introduces the VIP experience for leaders who refuse to simply attend, but who have chosen rather to ascend. The VIP session gives you some benefits that the general session can't. Special registration and access into the room, a meet and greet with me before the general session starts, front row seats, and at the VIP session, opportunity to ask the speakers direct questions, strategic networking, and a curated launch designed to enhance networking and opportunity. There are few seats, but so many on our wait list already. If you belong to the table, this is your invitation. Lock in your seat before someone else takes your place.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
And this is Behind the Headlines, where we go behind the headlines to see what's making the stories, checking out from the perspective of the writer of the story Today's conversation is one which I think is really important. We're talking all about how Nigeria has reached a 5-year high for foreign investors' confidence, and I've got the writer of the story in the studio with me today. Wasiu Ali is joining us in the studio this afternoon. Thank you for joining us on the show today, Wasiu.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
Wasiu, how do we get here? 5-year high in foreign investors' confidence for Nigeria. To me, that seems like something positive. So, what led us here?
Right. If you look at the numbers very critically, we realize that foreign investors' confidence, so put differently, foreign inflows into the country has been on a downward trend since 2019, and some policy shift came up 3 years ago, maybe about 3 years ago, where the president scrapped wasteful fuel subsidies, and then on the monetary side, the exchange rates were liberalized, and then so together these policies have put Nigeria in its best footing in more than 5 years. So if investors are very cautious, if they notice that the market, there's some sort of macroeconomic stability in the markets, and they realize that returns, for instance, in Nigeria, you have carry trade opportunities, like higher returns in Nigeria than in most markets across Africa. So that gives investors, especially portfolio investors, some level of confidence that yes, we can invest in this country and get high yield returns. So those policies by the government have helped restore capital flight. I mean, rein in capital into the country and halt capital flight, that we were seeing about 4 or 5 years ago.
So we say that this confidence that we're seeing is driven more by short term.
Okay, yeah, short terms, yes, yeah.
Right.
So in the report, we have two major suppliers of inflows into the country, dollar liquidity into the country. We have foreign portfolio investments and foreign direct investments.
Okay.
So if you look at the numbers critically, you realize that the amount, the share of FPIs, which is short term, like you've mentioned, is quite about, on the I side, about 80% of the total inflows that came into the country, or more than. So that tells us that we are not out of the woods yet, because if the number of capital that comes into your country are short term, are hot money, as they call it, any global sentiment or perceived risk could trigger capital of the country, and then we are back to square one. So if you look at the share of, just to put out numbers, if you look at the share of FPIs rose 226% year on year within the 9 months of 2025 compared to what it was last year. We had $14.25 billion in FPIs. Meanwhile, FDI is under $600 million. And what we really need for growth, for real economic growth, for job creation, to tackle poverty, to tackle unemployment, is foreign direct investment. That's physical structure of companies coming into the country, settling their equipment, their facilities. Toyota has a factory in Ghana, but Nigeria is the largest market. We don't have that. So that's foreign direct investment. So short-term investment, yes, there are signs that yes, the economy has begun to stabilize, but they cannot deliver the real growth that we so much crave for. So that's just sort of distinction between the short-term liquidity inflow and then the foreign direct investments.
Fantastic. But how sustainable is this renewed interest, given the inflation, FX volatility, and other structural challenges?
if we don't see any material disruption in the economy, in the global economy, yes, I think it's sustainable. If you look at what happened, was it October or November, when President Donald Trump said Nigeria was a country of, I've forgotten how he used that word now. He described Nigeria in a way that made investors very unsettled. And that's had a negative consequence on foreign portfolio investments. Data from FMDQ showed that foreign portfolio investments into the country was around little above $3 billion in October, and it dropped drastically to less than $600 million in November. So showing that those words alone could shake up the economy. So that's some of the risk sentiment that comes with short-term portfolio investments. So, but on a general metrics, Nigeria has embarked on, Nigeria embarked on reforms that have brought in more transparency in the market, that has opened up the market, that has also ensured that capital can be easily repatriated. Because one of the issues that were that we're pressing at about 3 years ago, were that foreign investors found it hard to lock in their money here, and when it's time to take that money they've brought in, that liquidity they've brought in, they find it so hard. The central bank then had a lot of issues in ensuring that capital are repatriated. Now those bottlenecks are, have been removed. So that means that if the reform momentum is sustained, then we can see sustainable inflows coming in moving forward.
Right. And have we seen some sectors that are attracting more foreign capital, and why, if there's any?
Yeah, one of the biggest beneficiary of this capital importation is the banking sector. We all know that the banking sector is undergoing a recapitalization exercise. For international banks, for international banks, I don't want to mention names now, but for international banks, their subsidiaries outside Nigeria, so they help fund their recapitalization agenda, meaning that money from outside is coming into the country in terms of dollar liquidity. So banking sector continues to enjoy this this rare privilege. Aside from banking sector,
well, you put it in quotes. It seems like there's more
rare privilege, because the recapitalization is is still ongoing. It will end by March, and so we don't know what will happen after that. But I think in a very, if I'm being optimistic, I think the banks are one of the greatest beneficiary from capital importation, because another thing is that foreign investors operate in Nigeria's OMO, that's open market operation, and the inflows that are sent into the open market operations are usually sent through the banks, so which could also account for for foreign capital. And of course, Nigeria has an interest rate of about 27%, which means that if you discount inflation of 15% and inflation and interest rate of 27%, you still have a very wide margin in terms of returns, real returns to investors. So, which means that Nigeria will still be benefiting from, investors will still be benefiting from high yield environments. Now, coming to another sector that I think that's, according to the data, benefited really was agricultural sector. Telecom sector also rebounded, though the numbers seem to me very, very marginal in terms of direct investment that comes into this sector, because Nigeria has a very huge market, to over 230 million people, and so that market is very, very, very expansive and still remains largely untapped. So one of the sectors that I think is punching below its weight is the agricultural sector, because that quite a number of arable lands in Nigeria, and they still remain largely uncultivated. So if the government can look into ways to incentivize agriculture the more, and de-risk some sort of sentiments around insecurity and the likes, then I think that sector would attract more capital than it's currently doing.
Right, and just before I let you go, I think it would be very necessary to ask you about some of the risks that could reverse this positive sentiment. Not like we're hoping it gets reversed, but are there some risks that we must watch out for, that policymakers must try their best to avoid in order to sustain this investor confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest risk is what I've just mentioned, insecurity. If you recall, I mentioned when the United States President announced that Nigeria, referring to Nigeria as now a disgraced country, country of particular concern. That statement shows that, the country is somewhat unstable in terms of insecurity. And that reverberates around the markets, because like I mentioned, inflows got slashed, and so the government needs to decisively tackle insecurity. One of the greatest risks for foreign direct investment too is insecurity, because I can't imagine establishing a $20 billion factory, for instance, or more than, and you have people coming to sabotage it. Insecurity, your staff are kidnapped day in, day out. Every other day you listen to the news and you get scared here and there that, banditry here, kidnapping there. So I think these are issues that we need to really the government really needs to tackle. Another thing that comes to mind is managing and ensuring that the macro gains that we have realized now in terms of inflation, in terms of naira stability, are well maintained, are well watched closely, so that we don't get carried away and then lose the momentum. Then another thing that would also follow that is for the government to sustain the course, to stay the course, so that so there is something we call I can't remember the word, but when the economy is booming, the government at some point would feel things are going well, we can now keep our eyes closed. But we have to avoid that temptation of having that, we are now victorious. We still need to continue to monitor inflation, even though it's coming down. We need to monitor how the market operates and all of that. I think with all of those things, we will get more inflows than we're currently doing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Wasiu Ali, for joining us this afternoon on Behind the Headlines and taking us through the story. Hopefully we sustain the position that we currently are at. We don't see a downward spiral. But thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I would say more ink to your pen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that's why we'll leave it this afternoon on Behind the Headlines here on Business Day Television. My name remains Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng. and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
And you're welcome back. This is still the Breakfast Show. Welcome to the social listening segment on the Business Day television. I am Deborah Eze.
Indeed, I am Onyeka Valentine. Social listening, they say, brings everything in the social media space.
Who says?
Well, so they say.
All right, let's go straight into the conversation Nigerians are talking about engaging with online. Now, the first conversation gaining attention this morning is a physical request from a Southeast traditional ruler asking President Bola Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu from prison or deport him to Kenya, from where he was returned to Nigeria. Lawrence Agubuzu, the traditional ruler of the Ezema Olo community in Enugu State, spoke on Tuesday at the 2026 National Traditional and Religious Leaders Summit on Health, held at the State House Conference Center in Abuja. And speaking at the event, Mr. Agubuzu told Mr. Tinubu, who was physically present, to release Kanu for peace in the Southeast. In his words, and I quote, "The ball stops in your court. Bring this man out if we do not want him in Nigeria, returning to Kenya or London, where they took him from. Now let's quickly take a look at the tweets from this story. And the first tweet coming from It Is Well. And he said, the man is sound and courageous. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He is an incorruptible freedom fighter like the likes of Mandela. Another reaction from Akukeria, and it said, the Igwe made it clear to everyone in that room that there's nothing like Southern Traditional Rulers Council. The South is not the North. Count Southeast out of that fraudulent entity, Ibamaka. And the final one from One Nation, and it said, Mr. Elder, better stay on your lane. Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist and will continue to remain in prison. Tinubu is not the court that sentenced him to prison.
Interesting.
Very interesting. So which of the tweets do you agree with now? Do you agree with the fact that, I think we can, do you agree that Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist? Well, I've never really had your thoughts about it.
It's a far cry from home. If when someone says, do we agree whether someone is guilty or not, that lies for the judiciary to really come up with their own findings.
Yeah.
And I mean, the judiciary, like we all know, they are it's a body that takes its time to do its work, and they've sentenced him to jail, life imprisonment. The question now is, does it fall within the ambience of the president to give pardon? Most definitely it does, right? And before we even go further, whether or not the court has done its work. So, I mean, we as journalists will only be extending the details of what the court has already put a final, hammer on. But the major question now, which I know those at home want to really ask, and so they have us to ask those questions. Hopefully our leaders are watching, is this. Those who are speaking for Nnamdi Kanu now, where were they all along? Throughout all these proceedings, right? Because you see, it's important we say these things. As much as, some will say it's not fair, others will say that we're putting square pegs into square holes.
Yeah.
Square pegs into round holes, right? And so there's some level of misgivings.
Yeah.
Of course, I think, like I always say, you don't need, even a blind man will see that some level of GBT and wayo has happened. However, truth be told, these people who are now saying, release Nnamdi Kanu, send them back, where were they all along when this whole proceedings was going on?
I think people were actually very vocal about
people were. But my question is, you see, I like it when we see the truth and we talk about it. This whole idea is just politics. When people see, and it's unfortunate, when people see that they can become relevant with some certain situations, they'll come up front and pretend as if they really do care. Look, truth be told, and I'm not saying that they don't care, but if you truly do care, if they truly do, if the man who said that really is in line with what he has said and really does mean it, how come we didn't have them talk initially when all this was going on? How come we didn't have them be more vocal? Because
I think I'm not really going to blame anyone. I think they were vocal, especially the Southeast Eastern rulers, but nobody actually saw the life imprisonments coming. I think they thought he was going to serve a number of time and then he's going to be out. So I think what is actually very provocative is the fact that we know that there are other freedom fighters, like the like of Sunday Igboho, who we know is actually actively fighting for, the Yoruba nation.
And some said he went about it the wrong way.
Some said freedom fighters, people always see them going about it the wrong way because it's definitely not going to favor the ruling party, certain people. So Sunday is about to be awarded, given an award on freedom fighters. So now it's like, Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday actually, they do the same thing. There's nothing different. It's just that it's just two different tribes that are preaching the same. Nigeria needs to be.
Unfortunately, one is being favored than the other.
So why then are you now? I think that's where this is coming from. Well, or if it's about being vocal, I must say, I must give it to some of the traditional rulers. They actually came out to actually speak on it. That you should release him. He didn't do anything wrong. So yeah.
I mean, just to add to what you said, truth be told, again, it's a game of numbers and politics. I assure you, the president obviously has his eye on 2027, which everybody knows. And one of the strategies, now this, you want to call it alleged if you like, but this is a normal thing where you see politicians saying, what do I use to hold these people down?
Right.
That could be part of it too. It could be, look, I take my hands, wash my hands off this whole matter like Caesar, I wash my hands off, right? Allow the court to do their biddings.
Yeah.
Even though along the line, they'll come back to report to him. So this is more or less like him playing good, bad cop. I take my hand off it, do your job. Then at the end of the day, he now falls back on him. You see, I'll tell you one thing about being in charge. You don't have to say, look at me, I'm in charge. No, once you say you are in charge, you are not really in charge. You allow the people come back to you and now say, Ogasa, you guys in charge, what do we do? And now guess what? They've come back to him, without him even saying one word throughout the whole proceedings. So what does it show? It shows that, look, he's actually the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And that traditional ruler that said, sir, the ball falls in your court, ends in your court, you can make a decision finally, and what they're trying to say is give him pardon. But that's basically what it falls, finally we fall back to. But now this is the biggest question now. Will Tinubu use this situation in his favor come 2027? Definitely.
Okay.
Because he's a chess player.
Let's see how it goes. Now, in the second conversation this morning, the Senate on Tuesday passed the Electoral Act 2022 Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026 following tense deliberations and a contentious debate over Clause 60. The upper chamber resumed proceedings with a demand for a division on Clause 60 raised by Senator Einaya Abaribe, prompting a rowdy session. As reported, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio stated that he believed the demand had been previously withdrawn, but several opposition senators immediately objected. Now, Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, citing Order 52 Clause 6 of the Senate Standing Orders, argued that it would be out of order to revisit any provision already ruled on by the Senate President. Now, let's take a look at some of the tweets that Nigerians are actually talking about. Now, the first tweet from that is Mr. Ola. Mr. Ola said, this is disgraceful. In 2026, we are still doing yeas and nays like barbarians. What happens to electronic voting that will be transparent to everyone? Our democracy in this country is a big joke.
On the contrary, Mr. Ola, before you go into next week, on the contrary, Mr. Ola, I don't think you will have what we call, if he's watching, I don't think you have what we call international knowledge. Talking about nays and even in the UK Parliament, they still do nays and yeas.
I think I get where it's coming from, but let's really take the tweet. We have Rice Lady 2016, and she said, why are they even bothering with elections? They might as well just continue without it. They are only deceiving themselves.
Just when I thought I've seen the worst. Here comes another one who has no iota of idea what's happening in our country. Come on, who are these people? Where are they from? Are they real human beings behind this account? Of course
they are.
Or are they just bots?
Yes, they are.
They should be ashamed of us.
Kai Omari, and he said, in Nigeria, power doesn't belong to the people.
Well,
I know you people want to give Valentine a heart attack with your tweets.
I mean, come on, who are these people? I beg you. This one says power doesn't belong to people. Then who else would have to vote? I mean, so let's look at it.
But okay, now before I get your perspective, I must agree with Mr. Ola, to be honest, because
with that man, that's not a human being behind that. How can you open your mouth to say nays and days or whatever called
really,
2026?
Think about it. How would you feel if the decision of something that would change your life is actually determinant of me saying yes or no? Say the truth.
Well, to be honest, I will want it to come out with a critical decision. However,
so that is where there's no however. Yes. That is where Ola is coming from. Now, Nigerians have come out to say we are tired of. Are you not tired, Valentine? Well, Valentine comes in every morning. Is a representation of oh my God, this is Nigeria. It comes every morning and it's like, do you know how much I have to fuel my car? He's always, passionate about it. So he's speaking for you, in my opinion. We are saying we want a free and fair election.
And so nays and yes should not vote.
Yes and nays should not. So imagine 55 senators and I think 15 senators opposing and 55, saying that, okay, yes, we want it to be that way. It's like you're putting yes and no, the fate of Nigerians in yes and no.
But at the end of the day, the yes and no is what gets those bills to pass or the bills not move to the next
level. You use the UK as an example.
Yes, now.
Have you seen the way they actually do their yay and nay?
They
come out. No. They do come out with why we think this should actually go and why we think it should not. They even go as far as dissing themselves. It is so, with the way they diss themselves about, oh, this person said this, this person didn't do that. You would actually see that, okay, I think this that they're trying to pass actually makes sense. It will get you, the citizen, to understand that, okay, I see this is where this person is coming from and where this person is coming from. But this one, you and I know, it is they said they want real-time transmission, but we will still do manual. If you agree, say yes. If you don't agree, say no. Come on. We are not chickens that you ask us to choose the kind of knife that we want to get killed with.
So, yes, there is a lacuna in the system, no doubt. But the fact still remains that something has to govern the process. They must have modus operandi. And this is how the Senate runs. However, in an event where we see the status quo still remains the way it is and no one wants to challenge it, that is where I will now say, wait a minute, we know government is a continuum, but can we have a continuous government that's the responsible government that will not just say, no, electoral reform it will not favor us? How would you know it won't favor us, right? That will not just say, give and take, we will still look at manual collation as a second option, knowing that that is also a back door for them to escape with in an event where someone goes and throws a wrench into the engine of the network. And I say, we told you it won't work, so can we explore our initial? I get it. So my worry right now is that we are all in this boat together. If one person doesn't do his job, the boat is bound to tilt. So everyone who's a Nigerian, that's why I say when I look at those tweets, I say, look, I will not be shocked that some certain people who their job is just to go and get identity of other people, put a different face, and begin to throw in different messages to confuse Nigerians. I know Nigeria as a country, we are a complex nation. We have our challenges. Even during our job, sometimes when we sit back and say, let's go run a report as journalists, we look at some certain issues and say, okay, as we report what it is, yes, but also use your discretion. Let me tell you, even in the US, when they go out there and they get reports and they get stories back and forth, the question will be, which one will be in the interest of the US first? Can we begin to say which is the interest of Nigeria?
And I don't think
so. Let's just say he's an emotional guy.
No, he's not. Leave Mr.
Ola, if you're listening, emotional tweets. Please get a hold on yourself.
All right, let's look at the third conversation this morning, and which is the Super Eagles coach Eric Chelle demanding $100,000 US
This man wants to go and build his house in the village.
In extension,
wherever he's from. You want $100,000 US.
Thank you on the spree this morning. All right, so this request, which generated massive reaction on social media, is a 50% increase from his current $50,000 US salary. Now, Chelle has emerged as one of the most sought-after coaches on the African continent, following Nigeria's performance at the African Cup of Nations, where the Super Eagles reached the semi-finals. Now, reports also indicate that the Tunisian Football Federation is prepared to offer Chelle a monthly salary of $100,000 US to take charge of the Carthage Eagles ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign.
Mr. Chile, please go and first of all go and get a shave first before starting about giving that $100,000 US. What's that? You want this amount of money? Our players have not been taken care of fully.
Okay.
It's calling $100,000 US.
Okay.
Did they even give us the AFCON Cup? Did they give us the cup?
Let's take a look at the tweets.
Come, don't get me angry. What's that?
Let's look at the tweets, $100,000 US. Now, the first tweet from Adepo Drew the Samuel. And Otobi Samuel, he said, $100,000 US for Eric Chelle. Can the NFF and the NSC sustain the payment?
Perfect, we cannot.
All right, another one from Abiola Shodia, or is that from Pere? Okay, from Pere, and he said they shouldn't bend, or they should bend. They have to. That's the truth. The man brought out something no one could bring out of the team in a short while. We would hang being on our way to the World Cup if he was there from the onset. Pay him the $100K.
Do you know $100,000 US
The next reaction
doctors
from
anyway,
Port, and he said this might just be a little bit too much, to be honest, but it probably serves NFF right. When you hire coaches, hire them for longer term. A coach should not be hired for just 1 year. Hire them for a longer term and have a clause that allows you to relieve them at any time if they aren't getting results. Who hires a coach for 6 months or 1 year? Oh, do we still have more?
That's another point
I
I'm not even seeing. Again,
that's the way.
So this last person now, wow, somebody that has sense actually.
Wait, before I always give you analysis. That's different analysis to what we are trying to talk about. Now, Valentine, you're here. You're actually working, and then people actually see, the management actually sees that, oh, you're doing good, and everyone is praising you for what you're doing. Would it be wrong for you to actually demand for 50% increase?
So,
would it be wrong for you to demand for 50% increase?
So now, to answer that question, I would say, can we also look at the income that my presence has brought in? To whom much is given, much is expected.
No, it's not your job to bring in money.
So hold on.
You know.
But the fact that it's not my job to bring in money, it's also my job to create the modality on ground that money will come in via those that are supposed to bring it in. Haven't said so. How much was the enemy for? $50,000 US. Yes, I understand it's a short-term contract. And because that short-term contract, he has to be up and doing, knowing that they can fire him at any time and hire somebody else. We understand how this football game goes. NFF and every other, we know how it is. Before him, we've had other coaches before him, so I'm sure he has learned the ropes from his predecessors. I get it. But however, the question now is, Nigeria's football system has challenges. If you truly want to help, just the way you said you want to help, we understand that he who works needs to get paid. We know it, right? We also understand that idea of where man the work and then the chop. That's the Nigerian context. For those of you who are watching back home and you're foreigners, you don't know what it is. It means where you work, you must create a living out of it. Yeah. But would we now say, because he has the opportunity, he has the knife and the yam, so cut whatever he wants to cut and then that's it? I think from one way or the other, that'll be pushing the bar too forward. Does he love this country and the football team and the players first? Do they have a relationship? If they do, Oga, can you just be more reasonable to say, okay, I want an increase, give me $60,000 US, and let the many $40,000 be able to go to those areas where we need the players and other people who are non-players and non-partisan, but who also help the team to work.
Do you forget that being a coach is a job?
It is a job.
An actual job.
Guess what?
And the last I checked, there is nothing wrong with somebody who is actually working for another person to actually demand for an increment. Especially
a 50% increase.
Especially when their impact is actually felt.
100% increase.
No, it's a 50%. That's 50% for what he's earning. Yeah. So I don't think it's ridiculous. This is where negotiation actually comes in. I'm asking for $50,000 more. If you can't give me $50,000 more, you can actually give.
Because
remember that because the SN is impact. Another country is trying to poach him to actually come to them.
That's the thing.
So I think if someone is actually showing their impact, it's different if I'm not seeing your impact. I'm not seeing what you're doing, and then I'm demanding for more money. It doesn't make sense that way.
So my point is, I haven't said I shouldn't ask for an increase, but can this increase move in a snail speed?
In a snail speed?
That's my point. I mean, you used to earn $50,000 US, right? So if it moves for $60,000 US, non-negotiable, anyone who will hear the story and when it hits the news will say, understandable.
So because I want people to actually hear the story and feel good about it, I shouldn't demand for what I think I deserve.
On the contrary, no, it's fine that you ask for $100,000 US, but I will be, if I was in charge to give out that money, I'll be a joker to pull out $100,000 US from Nigeria's account. Now that we are battling insurgency, we are battling problems back and forth, doctors are not getting what they want, there's hunger in the land, I'm asking myself, wait a minute, if I give him $100,000, you better bring us the universal world and bring us the universe cup,
I must
as the case
say,
may be.
Chelle has actually proven himself. To be honest, he actually took the Super Eagles from where they were to where people didn't think they're going to be. But anyways, I hear you, and I'm just going to say this in case the HR can hear. Valley does not concern himself with things of the world.
On the contrary,
like getting 50%.
On the contrary, money is important.
Doesn't think
money is important.
No, we're not going back there. You said what you said. All right. Thank you very much for sticking with us.
Before we go, I must say this, but Chile, I mean, you did a great job. We saw. How our
he doesn't need all of that. He needs money.
But let's be honest.
Give him more $50,000.
Hold on. At least coming from us,
yes.
Anchors and journalists. Let's just give him his flowers. He did a great job. Kudos. At least he took us to that level. The world saw that. Look, if not for anything, we did well and we deserved that cup. But it didn't come out that way. But Oga, please, $100,000.
Are you the NFF? Okay, thank you very much. But I must say something that all the tweets, all the views right here on social listening is not of that of Business Day.
Most definitely.
It's just individuals who have their thoughts on the conversations that are going around. Now, those are the stories Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching Social Listening on Business Day Television. I remain your host, Deborah Eze.
Of course, Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. All right, join us next time tomorrow by 8 a.m. As usual, we take you on a spree on everything happening in the world of business, the economy, and politics. Do have yourself a beautiful morning.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with me, Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm in conversations with the co-founder and the managing director of TTP, which is a tech solution company focusing on logistics and mobility and making use of technology to transform the face of transportation in Nigeria. I'm excited for this conversation today, and I'm sure Mr. Jamal is also excited. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, sir.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Thanks for coming.
I really like the work that you do with TTP, which is Truck Transit Parks, obviously. Talk to us about where you're coming from and where you are now.
So Truck Transit Parks, which we are rebranding to TTP now, began as a technology company that wanted to change the narrative about ports and truck traffic congestion. About 15 years ago, the Nigerian government concessioned the terminals within the ports. So they moved from being run by the Nigerian Ports Authority to being run by private operators. These private operators needed to have space where they can stock containers and other goods that come in, and the ones that are also being taken out of the country. But as the ports have not been expanded since they were built in the 1930s, and as our road infrastructure have also not been expanded, the result naturally was congestion, as our increased import and increased population generated more traffic than the ports could handle. Between 2017 and 2019, we had a lot of congestion here in Apapa and Tinkan Island. And as a company, we felt that the use of technology could help to solve that truck traffic problem that looked endemic. So we designed a solution that is both local and also has international appeal. We called it ATO. It is a traffic management and scheduling application that enables all the stakeholders within the maritime environment to plan their movement and plan their operations in one single app. So whether you are a terminal operator, you are expecting a certain traffic of trucks in a day to evacuate or to bring in cargo to the port, or you are a transporter who has gotten a business or businesses to move cargo into and out of the port, or you are a shipping agent who has cleared goods that are either leaving the country or coming into the country, ATO provides you a platform to plan the movement of the trucks that are going to form part of your operations day by day. So with this, we're now able to manage the congestion. I used to see 7,500 trucks a day lined up and finding it difficult to move, to now being able to shift that traffic away from the road into what is called satellite truck parks and pre-gates. From here, the trucks are now able to move into their respective ports and terminal destinations.
I'm also curious to know, because for decades we've known the Apapa Tinkan environment to be congestion reading. So how was ATO able to transform this? I'm hoping that has been transformed, I believe, from what you're saying. So how are you able to achieve that? What was the biggest mindset shift?
Okay, so the biggest mindset shift was that we're going to move from manual operations, manual traffic management, manual data collection to digital. That was the critical shift in mindset that was necessary. The second was that every stakeholder were going to be assigned roles, and those roles are going to be monitored. And as long as each stakeholder perform their roles that they've been assigned, we're going to have sanity on the road by way of freedom of movement instead of traffic congestion. The third was that we needed hard infrastructure, and this hard infrastructure included parking lots for these vehicles, for these trucks. So when you combine technology, which is represented by the ATO app, stakeholder collaboration, which means that every stakeholder, whether you are the Nigerian Ports Authority, the Lagos State Government, police, last mile terminal operators, shipping agents, drivers, transporters, everyone had a role to play in managing the daily traffic of trucks into the port. And then you have infrastructure where the trucks that hit ATO were on the road will now need to go into those parking facilities until they are needed at their respective terminals. This was what had to be done. This was the mindset shift that needed to happen for us to tame the tiger of truck and port congestion to the order and sanity that we have today.
And many people still see ATO as just a call-up app. How do you really describe what it is that ATO is, especially as a foundational infrastructure that you created?
So ATO is an economic driver. It is not just a traffic management app. Why I say it's an economic driver is that Nigerian economy is dependent on a lot of things that happen in the ports. And there are a lot of agencies that drive what happens in the ports, especially as it comes to cargo clearance, payments being made to the federal government, and data gathering. So you have the customs, for example. We have integrated our ATO app with the NXP that is managed by customs and the CBN. NXP simply means Nigerian Export Proceeds. So if you have any export, like you are moving out of the country, there's a certain payment you make to the federal government. Before now, trying to inspect that cargo, assess what needs to be paid, make the payments used to take a lot of time in the ports, creating in-terminal congestion, which means the truck that has come into the port needs to go through these processes before it can then offload its cargo and it is shipped. We've taken that out of the port, working with the Nigerian Customs Service and the Nigerian Ports Authority. And those activities are now performed outside of the port before the trucks get into the port corridor. ATO is at the center of that. We call these facilities export processing terminals. So ATO has been integrated with the CBN Export Process platform and the export processing terminals established by MPA to ensure that these economic activities that sometimes delay the movement of cargo and trucks is now conducted outside of the economic zone. Now, with ATO integrating all of these processes, you have a faster movement of cargo and trucks that are bearing exports from their points of origination to the destination terminals. So ATO is doing more than simply managing traffic. It is coordinating, and it's a hub for economic activities managed by digital technology.
I like how you've already just well captured the fact that it's a hub that manages, economic activities. But one thing that TTP does is, it works as basically an intersection between government and the private sector. Right. And it's a partnership model that's quite interesting. What would you say this partnership model has achieved that couldn't have been achieved alone with just the government or just the private sector?
For quite a number of years, we tried to engage with private operators. We tried to engage with some of the transport unions. We approached some of the tank farm operators, some of the downstream petroleum operators to provide a service, a digital service that can enable them move their trucks and move their cargo faster. But adoption was slow because the question was, so if we engage you to do this for us, we are still going to share the road with other operators who are not your customers, whom you have no control over. So how are you going to ensure that while we follow this process, that we are not now going to be stuck by others who are not following the same process? So that means you needed a big brother who would tell everybody, come under this umbrella. And that was where the government came in. The government said, hey, all of you operators must go through this platform for you to perform this operation or perform or receive this service. So by having a government partner in who has the resource of the law and the power of enforcement behind them, they can then make sure that that innovation, which we are responsible for, is now implemented across board, not in silos, not for certain stakeholders and not for others. So that is why it is important to have private innovation, which we are bringing through ATO and supplementary solutions, and also the government big brother capability that ensures that everybody falls in line and complies. And that has been part of the critical success factors for ATO.
I imagine that scaling a system as this would have been very challenging, operationally. So can you tell us some of the challenges you experienced as managing director and how you were able to surmount these challenges?
So the first was apathy. We had some stakeholders who said, people have tried these digital things before and it didn't work. So how are you sure your own is going to work? In 2021, June, July, we used to hear talk on the corridor, they no go last. After some months, they go pursue them. They go tire. Everybody go back to waiting that they do before. This thing, they work, money they enter our pocket. We hear policemen and last month tell our drivers, now ATO we go chop, because they were used to chopping before ATO came on board. So we had some stakeholders who were benefiting from the chaos. And for them, ATO represented a threat to their private interest. So we had a lot of skirmishes that we had to deal with, both overtly and covertly. We also had the lack of digital literacy. There are some drivers, some stakeholders that to go online to book for their truck to go into the port, they didn't have that capability. So sometimes they had to go call other people who served as middlemen to assist them. And the impact of that is that for them, the cost of doing business will be higher because they have to pay those middlemen to perform those services. And sometimes it's not as seamless, as quick, and as effective or efficient as they would desire. So these were some of the challenges that we encountered at the beginning. We also had the challenge of certain stakeholders not being on the platform. So there are certain categories of trucks you may notice along this Apapa and Tinkan Island roads. You will have the flatbeds, the trailers that are going to the ports, and you also have the tankers that are going to the tank farms. Our service currently captures only those that are heading to the ports. So the trucks that are heading to the tank farms are not under the ATO color umbrella. So for them, there is no control as the ones going to the port. So sometimes they could cause congestion because their movement is not as controlled, as regulated, and enforced as that of a port-bound truck. So these are some of the challenges that we encountered, especially at the very beginning.
Fantastic. Right now, we're talking a lot about smarter infrastructure, right? So what are some of your plans for the next 5 years with respect to technology, smarter infrastructure, and just the all works when it comes to TTP?
Like I said, we've had digital literacy issues, but our stakeholders have become more digitally literate in the past 5 years. Because for most of them, there is no other way to do business than to interact with an application, to go online to make bookings. We are now scaling up the technology infrastructure for the ATO app and its surrounding operations by introducing what is called electronic tags. Electronic tags are tags that interact with an electronic reader. You place it on the windshield of a vehicle, and with the e-tag reader that is at the control location, so it could be a port gate, it could be a park gate like we have here, the vehicle is able to gain access into the park, the pre-gate, or the port, or the terminal without human interference or without human interaction. So the driver does not need to touch anything. The driver does not need to leave his vehicle because his vehicle is already equipped with an RFID-enabled tag. That tag can interact with the readers at the locations he needs to access, and he can go in. That is going to increase the time of processing those trucks into those parks and those ports by over 60%. So we're going to have a 60% reduction in the time it takes to process the trucks. So the processing will be faster this time around. We are also integrating what is called the minimum safety standards. So the Nigerian Ports Authority have this specification for the safety standard of trucks that will call at our ports. Currently, that certification is manual. So we are proposing to the Nigerian Ports Authority that we should go digital on this, so that each truck will have a unique identifier that is tied to its certification of safety status. So you don't have the rickety trucks that may swap their safety certification or their plate numbers with another truck and are able to gain access into the port. Nigeria is also working on the National Single Window. The National Single Window platform is a platform that integrates all the processes, procedures, government agencies, and stakeholders in the maritime ecosystem on one single platform. So if you have cargo that you want to send out of the country or you want to bring into the country, you have one platform you log into, and from there you access all the services that you need to interact with for those goods to be exported or for those goods to be cleared in. So we are also working with the Nigerian Ports Authority in 2026 and beyond to integrate ETO with the National Single Window. So this will achieve a more seamless experience for our users, faster processing of trucks into the port, faster clearing of goods, and that will reduce the time that it takes to do business. Overall, it's going to increase Nigeria's ranking in Ease of Doing Business Index, and it's going to make our ports to be much more attractive than other ports within the region for doing business. Currently, Nigeria is losing a lot of cargo to Benin and Togo ports because of perceived difficulty in and speed of processing transactions at the port. But we hope that these initiatives are going to increase our ranking and reduce the time it takes for operators, transporters, and others to process their activities at the ports.
Fantastic. And does this answer the question of, we talk a lot about AFCFTA right now and how ports are very efficient, to the success of AFCFTA. So in practical terms, could you tell us what TTP is doing to make sure that Nigeria positions itself as a very competitive, reliable hub when it comes to economic activities in the West and Central Africa?
So TTP is already engaging with the governments of our neighboring countries in order to replicate what we've done in Apapa ports in their own ports, but to expand this, like I said at the introduction, but also to expand this beyond simply ports. Now, Elizabeth, if you are going to Benin and you get to Seme border, you are going to see a long line of trucks bearing cargo waiting for inspection. Part of the reason for that is because the speed of inspecting those cargo is very slow. Perhaps there are not enough personnel of customs and other agencies to do that. And there's also no SLA in terms of when a truck arrives at the border, how long should it take to process it through inspection, immigration, customs? There's no such SLA as we speak. So we are proposing to the customs agencies, both in Nigeria and West Africa, to institute an SLA arrangement, a time to arrival to inspection to exit timeline, to ensure that any cargo-bearing truck that is arriving at any of the borders across West Africa could reasonably expect that I'm going to spend X amount of minutes or hours at the border and I'm able to continue my journey. That is going to increase the volume of trade and the speed of trading across the ECOWAS region, thereby achieving some of the goals of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are also proposing to ECOWAS to develop what is called truck rest stops across the West African region. ECOWAS is working on what is called the Lagos-Abidjan Highway Corridor. That highway corridor is about 1,082 kilometers long, and we are proposing to have about 40 truck rest stops and vehicle rest stops along this highway. What would these rest stops do? There are certain truck drivers who would drive from Nigeria to Ivory Coast. What it means is that they are going to change SIM cards 4 times. They are going to change currencies 3 times. We want to provide these truck rest stops that will provide transit services to these drivers. So whether you need to change currency or receive services in a different currency from the one you typically use in your home country, you need to receive messages, you need to print documents, you need to process your documents while you are en route. We're providing these hubs, or we're planning with ECOWAS to provide these hubs as economic centers that will assist transit passengers, goods, and drivers to be able to receive services while they are in transit. So this will not only improve the speed of people being able to move from one location to the other, but it's also going to improve convenience and it's going to improve quality of life for the drivers. If you've met a driver who is driving from Sokoto, for instance, to Ouagadougou in Ivory Coast, he may spend 16 days on the road and he will never sleep in a room. So this truck rest stops along the ECOWAS highway is going to enable them to be able to have standard accommodations where they could rest, they could repair their vehicles, they could also even do what is called crew change. So you have a driver who is taking up the driving from this point to this point. Those could be hubs where those exchanges could happen. So all of this is geared towards supporting the African Union and ECOWAS to achieve the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Fantastic. And if a founder is watching us today, watching the show today, and is wondering, about what it takes to actually build from the ground up an infrastructure-driven solutions company like this, what would you say is one of the biggest misconceptions about building, and what have you realized being a co-founder of such company? What have you realized, and what would you be telling them they need to know to build and sustain something that works?
Okay, so first of all is to be very clear in your mind what you want to achieve. Some people say begin with the goal in mind or begin with the end in mind. What do you want to achieve? We set out to achieve convenience, speed, and efficiency. Whether you are going to the ports, or you're going to the border, or you're going across the border, we want you to be able to do that faster, cheaper, and much more efficiently. So setting out to do that, it was very clear in our minds that certain things need to be built for that result or that end to arrive. So one of the things that we believe was necessary was to gather data. You need to have a data-driven decision-making process. Here in Apapa, we did a lot of interviews with the truck drivers. We asked them, we hopped on bikes because there was no other way to move around here. We hop on bikes from Mile 2 to Tinkan Island to Apapa to stop by and interview the drivers. What are their challenges? Sometimes we'll ride in the trucks with them to try to see things from their perspective. So if we're designing a solution for them, we need to design it bearing their pain in mind. The third was also to collaborate. So it wasn't possible, like I mentioned earlier in this discussion, for us to simply go to a Dangote or go to an Oando or NMPC and say, we are deploying so and so for your fleet. You needed to collaborate with others. So we had to collaborate with other technology companies or other infrastructure companies to build the components of what we needed to deliver. So we didn't try to go it all alone. With time, however, we developed capabilities to solve our own problems ourselves. But at the beginning, we had to collaborate with a number of other companies to deliver on what we needed to do. The third was to watch the policy headwinds. So you needed to watch where the weather was going. The government was getting tired of what they used to call tax forces to clear their Apapa traffic. So we were observing with keen interest that the government cannot sustain setting up a tax force every Eke market day to fix the problem. So at some point, technology will need to come in. A more sustainable, more lasting solution needed to come in. And we wanted to be ready when the government was tired of the things they were doing. So watch the weather, watch the environment, and try to know where the tree is going to fall so that you prepare yourself. So that's something that I will tell a founder. Another thing is to ensure that you have the right pegs in the right holes. Sometimes one may think that 2 + 2 will equal 4, but typically, sometimes it doesn't. What you discover is that you may have felt that this individual or these individuals will fit in this role, and so you give them a lot of responsibility. You find out that they are not fitted for that role because of what you want to build, because of where you want to go. And perhaps they do not have the DNA of stick with it until you achieve it. So some of your partners, some of your co-founders, some of your financiers may get tired that the thing is not working as they thought, and they will drop off. Or you may need to make the hard choice of cutting off some relationships. You have to have the courage to do that. But at the end of the day, like I said, if you have a clear picture in your mind of where you want to go and identify the data on which you make the decisions you need to make, and then ensure that you watch the policy headwinds where they are going and be prepared before they get there, you should be able to make a sustainable headway as a founder.
Incredible. And I think my final question for you today will be this. When many years down the line, when Nigeria looks back at, this period of logistics and port reforms, where do you want TTP to be in history? What's the legacy you want to be remembered for?
Well, I won't say for me as an individual, but I will say for the company and for the team, because I'm just a team member. It just happens that, like I said at the beginning, I'm the general errand boy. But as a team, I want us to be remembered as the people who said enough was enough in manual management of truck traffic and taking the hard choice, or making the hard choice of setting up a system that would drive not just traffic management, but also economic activities within the maritime environment. One of the things that I would say is a pure legacy for us, for which we're very proud, is that Nigeria's export volume has increased by 776% from when we launched 5 years ago to now. And that is because the process and the speed of getting these export goods into the port has been significant. The speed has been increased. So instead of these goods damaging as they're going into the ports, you can now move them in and they could get to their respective destinations a lot faster. The government is now building or layering on some of the things that, some of the initiatives that we have brought on board in order to improve the port community system, the national single window, and other initiatives. So how do we want to be remembered? We want to be remembered as TTP, the company, the team that built a platform that enabled digital port traffic management and also economic hub for the development of the Nigerian maritime industry, particularly at the Lagos and Tinkan Island ports.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jama Umubariri. Thank you so much for joining me today on the Business Day Exclusive. It was really a delight speaking with you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much for watching the Business Day Exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until next time, stay safe.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
These bad guys make it hurt.
Knock knock, who's there? One who?
1 million with the sell cow.
It's 2026 and I thought to myself, as a professional foodie, what better way to start market pulse than to go into the food market industry? I mean, December just ended, the oblate season just ended, so let's actually find out the prices of items now in January. Come along with us. On this episode of Market Pulse, we decided to make our stop at Idumota Food Market, one of the oldest and one of the largest markets located in the heart of Lagos Island.
I've been in this for over, let me say, less than 30 years.
And she don't tell, maybe 15 years or 17 years.
A year plus. I'm past 40 years in this business.
Let's say about 10 years now.
This is Market Pulse. We came for the food industry's pulse and left with a full plate.
This very complex that we are in now. I used to cook for someone that was upstairs, but now she and the family, they have relocated to Canada. That is why people that selling here allow me to be here, because the caretaker was like, it's not allowed. So they pleaded with the man that I was one that used to cook for them before the owner of the shop closed and they relocate. They should please allow me to stay here. So since then I've been managing. It's not that I cannot cook, I can cook. But the only thing is that some people, they like my food. People like my food, but when they buy to collect the money, that's the problem I'm having. They buy it very well. I say my food, but to collect money to meet up to the next day, that's a problem. You know, as a business woman, it's not good for me to finish cooking after I sold the food. I cannot see capital. I cannot see gain. So it's affecting me seriously. And as I'm here now selling, because rain is beating me here, sun is beating me. Some of them say they don't compensate me, they don't care. They will after even that during that heavy rainfall, they will know that this rain is beat me. I'll be crossing, putting my leg inside all this dirty water. At the end of the day, they will not pity me. They will not still owe me money. It's people that are from outside that used to come and buy AC here or compressor. They will compensate me that this woman you are trying, it's not easy. Take your money. Sometimes they will give me over, say our auntie or brother, he gave me over money. They say no problem, you can use that one to do something.
This is what my mother is doing for a living. The guinea fowl is not on a stable price due to the constancies of bringing it. It's something coming from north. So, you know, when this issue of Boko Haram comes up, all the northerns have been destroyed. So that is how guinea fowl started scarcing. Alhamdulillah, we are thanking God on it. It's going gradually. At least we feed our home from it. Formerly, at least in a day, I do sell like up to 50. But now, we hardly sell 20-15. They can help us during the fuel issue. If the fuel is down, at least let our own Nigeria currency to be appreciated. Then our business will be pulled up.
They sell fish. It's ejakika panla fish. Then they buy fresh one. Then they dry them, come market, they sell them. Then they bring and come jara. Then market you. They say na market then cost. Then they put money small. Every food then good for indomie, spaghetti, concoction, the ekro, ogbono soup. Then they buy them very well.
Ororo and rice. We sell granola in December. Some are 6,000, while some are 4-5.
When we are selling on December, it's too expensive. But this now, it never come down. We still dey manage am small. Make government help us. Any power we can take first. Because of our meat, it's too much expensive. I know people know they buy as we dey buy. From people come to buy everywhere with our customer side, somewhere they come. But when we are enter January now,
dry season is coming, never see anybody to come, but we take am small small. There is no time of the market meet, but if the say market pick up now, meat go pick up, everything go pick up, but the costly too much.
It's some weeks after the festive season. What does the food market say? Have the prices reduced or do they remain constant? And more importantly, why the increase?
Because of Christmas and New Year celebrations, people may buy some foodstuff to their house, and some are giving out goods to people to celebrate Christmas in their house. That is why we have to add money.
To answer your heart's desires, follow us on this journey as we keep you updated on the current prices of some of the perishable items.
The time of this December e cost, but now e don come down 16,000 for basket, but now e don come like 12,000, 14. Basket of pepper now small one 4, 5. Towards December was 12,000. As of now, we give 12, 11. By then was 9,000, 10,000.
Then they buy 49, 48, 50,000. Now the money when they buy now 50,000, 52,000, 54. December 48, 47. Now so then they sell them. 2 years ago, they buy 30,000, 32,000. 2 years ago, but now they buy 48, 50, and they sell them 2,500, 2,000, 1500, 1,000.
During December, we sell rice of 80,000 per bag, 75, 76. During December, one semu per one is 16. Now we still 16, but let's say maybe next week the price is going to reduce. When we're doing Christmas, sell sugar per bag 16,000, but now the price have come down 15,500. Spaghetti during December per bag is 19,500, but now it's already 19,000. The kingdom is still the same price, 9,500. It does not reduce. Macaroni per carton 19,500 also, but now it has reduced to 19.
They are selling it before like 50. They buy one big of cow shaki. They buy 35, 45 before. Nowadays, they buy one of cow 90,000, 120, 100. As they said before, we no sell am like that before again, because they take as before they said this one 2,015 naira, but now we are selling it 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. That's why the price wey we buy, we see our market, the money from there. If one buy each of this one is 3,000 now. Small meat now we buy 5,000. 3,000 small meat. Full cow now she don be 800,000, 8 million pass 1 million with the sell cow. As Tinubu dey enter, is too much. Too cost too much. Too much. Before we are buying cow of meat 700, 500 for cow, and we still selling it better. But now it's too much. No be small money we dey take buy cow.
I started this business with 25,000. I will not tell her it has been helping me because it's from here my children feed. It's from here I also feed. It's from here we buy washing soap, buying water, because the compound I live, they don't have water. They are buy water every 2 days from the mala. So I know how much I spend in a month. From here now, I avoid at least wears for my children in underwear. I use it to buy the pad for my daughter. If they need bedroom slippers, I solve it. They need soap for washing clothes, bathing, I use it to solve them. Prepared when it's reached my turn to recharge, because me and one person is sharing, I use it to solve the problem. Now everything is very, very expensive. Even why I'm still selling now, because I don't have shop. I didn't be a have shop. A plate of food now be some are selling because of the environment to 2.5. But all the people that live in this Victoria land, when some of them when they come and used to tell me that this place is cheap, but over there is 5,000. So my neighbor used to tell them that if I should place it 5,000, who is going to buy? Even some people themselves, they cannot avoid the 1,000. Sometimes the woman will sell the food so that will not carry it to go home. At the end of the day, she will not even collect the money. Let's say if someone that want to start this business now, let's say the person can hold 100,000 naira. Because if you should go to market now, carry this backo bag, you tell somebody it's 100,000 market, they will not believe you. Because meat, everything is that very, very expensive. And now we are filling gas now. Some are filling 2,000 per kg, some are filling 1,008. Before it was like 350, something like that, or 500. But now it's a rent of 2,018. So from there now, that's why even I'm even adding something. Like if they say okay, they cannot buy 1, 2. Okay, I will say okay, come. I know how to measure it. I will say for them for 1,000. But if those business people that used to come and say 1.5, they don't mind. They'll buy it. Even leave the change for me. That is it. And the environment matters a lot. It's not a matter of you having shop. If you rent shop, are they coming to buy that food? How are you going to be able to pay the shop rent? That is what matters. Even I thank God for my own, because at the end of the day, I say finish. Despite that, I don't see the cash immediately. But some people that have the shop, they used to tell me that when they could finish, they will now frozen it for the following day so they can warm it. At the end of the day, they'll be looking for money to pay for shop rent. I don't buy that kind of idea.
In a shocking twist, some sellers are not affected by the economy.
No, but it's affecting some people, but me, it's not affecting.
Who would imagine? The reduction in prices is not so noticeable, but according to reports, there will be a gradual reduction. The food market industry is definitely one of the hotspots to observe, with fluctuating prices and seemingly promising reduction.
My darling sister, you not reduce anything. Okay, if you reduce, what about gas? Okay, let's say garina have reduced more. But what about meat in the market? What about fish? What about crayfish? Palm oil? It's only Gary that I can know that they have removed something, but not too much. But to go for meat, those ones that are very, very high. They are expensive. Fish is not go area. I'm telling you, those that are doing cooking business, fish are very, very expensive. Because if someone like me should start cooking fish in this environment, they will not buy it because they cannot avoid the money. Where it will be easy for those that have a shop or these big shop, they have no their name. But if you talk of all this local place, they cannot be able to avoid it. Because I could remember one day, this boy he said he came from Ibadan or something like that. He was like, he's waiting for me to come and save food for me. I said, okay, I'm coming. Before night, he was like, I want to buy about 200 naira. I said, sorry, is it with soup? I said, no, you cannot get it like that. You know that kind of a thing. I used to do this ajo, at least every day 500 naira. But by the time it will close to the month for me to collect it, it may happen, my phone will ring. My neighbor will be like, it's your turn to recharge prepaid though. You know that I have no choice. I will divide it, recharge, prepaid. Other things will come up. Because sometimes it's not all the time my children will be eating swallow because I'm selling swallow. They will tell me that, mommy, we are not eating swallow today. Let us switch to something else. I have no choice. I will give it to them. They will buy it. And you notice are very, very high this time around. Like if you children want to have breakfast, two of them at least 3,500 or 3,000 just to manage it all. But if they want to eat to their satisfaction, 5,000 will be spent. But I don't allow them to eat like that because I know how I'm getting the income. When somebody have responsibility, I don't mean the responsibility of house rent or school fees. But when you have children that you are feeding, you know that you are spending. If you have children, like they say, I want to barb my hair, I want to make my hair, I want to buy slippers. You cannot count it. And you cannot be recording it so that you now affect the brain. Do you understand? They will go to church, from here transportation, offering money, from here tithes, offering money. You know, that kind of a thing. If you start joining this thing down, my dear, someone will be having mental problem, but that will not be my portion.
And that is it on this episode of Market Pulse, where we explore the food industry. I am Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television, and remember, I went through the depths to get you prices from the food industry.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They are the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup, they are survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Information is everywhere. But insights? That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper. Decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
And this is the Business Day Television Media Bulletin coming to you live from Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira strengthens to 1,357 to $1 amid global peace talks. And we have NNPC to boost gas supply in 2026 to meet rising domestic demand. Largest mutual fund managers by total in 2026. And finally, we have Lagos says Lekki Express encouragement out of bounds for informal transport operators. We're going on a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you the news in full. Just stay with us. $337 per dollar, the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday, up from 1,344 Naira recorded on Monday. And this is according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria's website, showing the Naira posting its strongest official closing rate since May 29, 2024, when it settled at 1,329.65 per dollar. The appreciation comes amid improved dollar liquidity, poor market gains, and shifting global geopolitical and monetary policy signals that continue to shape emerging market currencies. The Naira strengthened in both the official and foreign exchange market on Tuesday, reflecting improved supply conditions and calmer investor sentiment. The data suggests renewed short-term stability in the FX market, supported by better dollar supply dynamics and speculative repositioning by traders. And moving on, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has announced plans to increase gas supply by an additional 1.8 billion cubic feet per day in 2026 to meet growing domestic demand. The company reviewed this in Abuja while hosting members of the Nigeria Guild of Editors, stating that its subsidiaries NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services and Nigerian Exploration and Production Limited are expected to increase production by 1.496 cubic feet per day and 223.6 million standard cubic feet per day respectively this year. According to reports, the increase will significantly continue to Nigeria's targets of supplying 10 billion cubic feet per day by 2027 and 12 billion cubic feet per day by 2030. NNPC officials noted the rising demand across key sectors, including liquefied natural gas, power generation, industrial parks, and compressed natural gas, has made the expansion critical, adding that the master plan provides a strategic framework for achieving the federal government's gas development objectives. And still on, Nigeria's mutual fund industry closed 2025 with total net assets value rising to 7.67 trillion naira, reflecting sustained investor participation and strong return across fixed income and hybrid portfolios. Securities and Exchange Commission data shows that 62 mutual fund managers collectively serve over 1.1 million unit holders across 195 fund offerings, with an average year-to-date yield of 21.84%. Now, this analysis reviewed the combined net asset value, combined unit holders, and average YTD yield across all mutual fund segments traded in the market. And total NAV across Nigeria's mutual fund industry reached 7.67 trillion naira in 2025, underscoring significant asset growth during the year. And while the yield measures performance, total net asset value highlights scale, investor trust, and market dominance, a key indicator of long-term industry leadership. And coming up, Lagos says Lekki-Ekpe carriageway out of bounds for informal transport operators. We bring you this and more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the media bulletin. Still on the Nigerian scene, the Lagos state government has declared the Lekki-Ekpe carriageway out of bounds for informal transport operators, maintaining its restriction on unregulated minibuses along the corridor. The position was disclosed in a statement issued on Tuesday by Shola Giwa, Special Advisor on Transportation to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The announcement follows protests by Korokwe drivers who temporarily obstructed traffic around the Ajah axis of the expressway, prompting swift intervention by security agencies and renewed enforcement assurances by the state. According to reports, the affected unregulated transport operators are those not operating under the Lekki-Ekpe bus reform scheme launched in December 2025. The state government described the policy shift as deliberate and data-driven, aligning with its long-term transportation and economic objective for the state. And away from that story, J. Paul Gold and Venture Limited, or PLC, I beg your pardon, has commenced test runs of its pilot gold processing plant located in Libeli, Niger State. This was revealed in a notice signed by Company Secretary Chidima Okolo and addressed to the Nigerian Exchange Limited and the investing public on Tuesday, February 17, 2026, marking the company's transition into active mining and gold processing at its Libeli mine site. J. Paul Gold stated that full capacity, the pilot plant is designed to process between 18,000 and 21,000 grams of gold per month. And according to the company, the newly commissioned facility is equipped with advanced technology capable of extracting gold from both hard rock and alluvial deposits. And also, the federal government has announced plans to undertake a detailed assessment of MTN Group's acquisition of IHS Towers, signaling heightened regulatory attention as consolidation gathers pace in Nigeria's telecommunication infrastructure space. The ministry, in a statement signed by the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, said it is reviewing recent developments in the sector in collaboration with relevant regulatory authorities, citing the strategic importance of telecom infrastructure to national security, economic growth, and digital inclusion. The move reportedly comes at a time when the Nigeria's telecom sector is emerging from a turbulent circle marked by currency volatility, rising operation costs, and heavy dollar-denominated liabilities. While the ministry did not indicate opposition to the transaction, it stressed that any structural changes in the market must align with Nigeria's broader digital economy agenda under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope policy framework. And so in the local news, President and Chairman of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, on Tuesday called on the federal government to urgently convene a national retreat to resolve Nigeria's persistent electricity crisis, warning that widespread power outages could undermine the country's industrialization drive and economic growth. Dangote made the appeal at the official national launch of the National Industrial Policy 2025 in Abuja, emerging against the backdrop of a weak manufacturing sector due to poor electricity supply, high production costs, limited access to finance, infrastructure deficits, and heavy reliance on imports. In his goodwill message, Dangote stressed that without stable electricity, Nigeria would struggle to create jobs, drive industrial productivity, or achieve sustainable economic growth. The event was attended by top government officials, captain of industry, and development partners, with President Bola Tinubu represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima. And coming up, Ghana Cocoa Board Executive Senior Staff takes pay cuts over liquidity challenges. This and more after the short break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
and real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back to the Midday Bulletin. We now head to the African scene where the executive management and senior staff of the Ghana Cocoa Board have reduced their salaries in response to liquidity challenges affecting the cocoa sector. The announcement was confirmed in a press release issued by the Chief Executive of Cocoa Board on Monday, February 16, 2026. And according to the board, the pay cuts are part of wider cost-saving measures intended to align with board spending with available revenue for the remainder of 2025 and 2026 cocoa crop year. Now, these efforts are aimed at maintaining Cocoa Board's financial stability during a period of declining cocoa prices and market pressures. And cocoa prices have experienced significant volatility in recent months, impacting revenues and liquidity across the sector. And also, South Africa's headline consumer inflation slowed to 3.5% year-on-year in January, down from 3.6% in December. And according to reports, economists had expected annual inflation would come in at 3.4% in January, while South Africa's central bank kept its repo rate unchanged at 6.75%. Now, this comes at the bank's last monetary policy meeting in January, saying it wanted to see inflation expectations fall further and citing potential price pressure, including electricity tariff. The bank also revealed that its next policy announcement is due on March 26th. And now on the foreign scene, Britain's annual inflation rate is in line with expectations in January, bolstering chances that the Bank of England will cut its benchmark interest rate next month. The Office for National Statistics revealed that the Consumer Prices Index fell to 3.0% in January from 3.4% recorded in December. The data reinforced the Bank of England's guidance that inflation is set to cool towards its 2% targets in the coming month, as easing energy bills help to offset rising water bill and other elevated costs. The BOU left its benchmark interest rate at 3.75% earlier this month, but signaled the further cuts were ahead. And still on, Warner Bros. Discovery has rejected a revised hostile takeover bid from Paramount Skydance, but signaled it remains open to considering a final improved offer. In a statement released on Tuesday, Warner Bros. Discovery revealed it had received a 7-day waiver from Netflix, allowing it to hold talks with Paramount Skydance until February 23, 2026. Now, the waiver permits Warner Bros. To address unresolved issues in Paramount Skydance's amended proposal and provide the rival bidder an opportunity to submit a binding final offer. Now, despite opening the door to discussions, the Warner Bros. Board stressed that it remains fully committed to the Netflix transaction, recommending that shareholders vote in favor of the Netflix merger and reject the Paramount Skydance offer, citing value, certainty, regulatory clarity, and downside protection for investors. We bring you the sport news after this break. position ahead of the second leg in Turin, which Juventus now facing the daunting task of overturning a 3-goal deficit to keep their Champions League campaign alive. And so when the new Super Eagles and Werder Bremen striker Victor Boniface has resumed training after spending months on the sideline with a new injury. Boniface shared the update on his official X account on Tuesday, posting a clip of himself back on the grass as he stepped up his recovery. The 25-year-old Nigerian forward underwent surgery in January in Austria to address a recurring knee injury. Boniface had struggled with the injury during his 2025-26 loan spell at Werder Bremen, the condition failing to improve over the course of the season, leading to the decision to proceed with surgery in Innsbruck, Austria. And now this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Media Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome. This is Reflection Nigeria, where we reflect on issues around our country and sometimes even beyond our country. Today, we're going to be looking at two key issues. One is the advocacy by former President Goodluck Jonathan that there should be a generational shift in leadership across Africa. The former president, during the 50th anniversary of the assassination of Murtala Muhammad, former head of state, advocated that there should be leadership in Africa should consider the age between 25 and 50 as president of countries around Africa. For Jonathan, he believes these are the, this age bracket, have the energy, have the intellect to be able to govern Africa, because of course, according to him, there's so much in leadership, and so the older people may not have that capacity to be able to deliver the kind of good governance that Africa actually needs at this time. We're also going to be looking at the issue around the former governor of Kaduna State, Nesse El-Rufai. Did El-Rufai talk himself into trouble? I mean, that's the question everybody's asking now, because is there EFCC, DSS, and the federal government is filing also, is also filing, a case against him, and all of that. So those are the two key issues we are going to be looking at today. And as usual in the studio, I have with me the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon, and of course the assistant editor here also at Business Day, Mr. Chuka Roko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you, George, for having us.
We are here again. I mean, maybe we should start with the, El-Rufai. This is not the best of time for the former governor of Kaduna State, former FCT minister, who, during a recent interview on one of the national television, actually admitted to have wiretape, or someone helped him to do so, the phone of the National Security Advisor. And that's from there some information which he said, look, I mean, they were preparing to, arrest me as soon as he returns from his vacation in Cairo, Egypt. Truly, I mean, upon landing at the airport, there were moves by the DSS to arrest him. But of course, he was able to escape that arrest. But again, that has become an issue today. I mean, did El-Rufai talk himself into trouble? Many people believe that he talks too much. Yeah, but it seems to have landed himself in trouble. Zeb, let me hear your take on this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Josh. I think what Nasir Rufai was trying to do was just to keep the country at alert and to keep Nigeria at alert on what the information he got. He was privy to what was awaiting him on his arrival from Cairo. And whether anybody say he talked himself into trouble or not, it could have even been worse if he had not raised the alarm. You know, you are playing, you are dealing with government here, and being a former governor, he still has some measure of intelligence.
Yeah.
And he may have also gathered that intelligence and that made him to cry out that this was what that was awaiting him upon his return. That being the case, I've spoken to many people, I listened to many people on this. There are a lot of people who believe that, well, for him, he is reaping what he has sown. I listened to some people from Kaduna who were saying that Rufai used to be a very strong man, and some people also tasted the brutality that his administration meted out to some opposition people who were not aligned with his own way of doing things in those days. Some people were saying, well, as a government then, he wanted and needed to maintain law and order, and he wouldn't want to people to run afield with whatever they needed or wanted to do. To that extent, there is a controversy. I mean, people are on the other side of the divide saying, supporting him. Other people are on the other side of the divide saying that it's karma playing out here. But was he saying the right thing? Was there any plan to pick him up? The federal government has not come out to say he lied. What is happening was that how did he get the information? He will tap the NSA's conversation and came about with the information that arrest awaited him. In fact, that was even why the DSS invited him. And what this has led to was the reopening of the allegation of over 330-something that was awaiting him.
While he served as governor of Kaduna
State, they say he misappropriated such a sum of money. So what the DSS and the government agencies are now holding him on is about the allegation of fraudulently enriching himself while he had a privilege of governing the state. The question is, would this have arisen at this time? If not that he spoke out, perhaps he may not have been picked. By the way, don't mistake the fact that also that the DSS did not go to his house to arrest him. He obeyed the summons. He obeyed the law.
The EFCC.
The EFCC.
Because he's been invited.
Yes, he went to submit himself to EFCC that invited him. Yes. And it was there that all these things happened. So he couldn't, like if what I read yesterday was anything to go by, that he didn't leave the FCC office.
Yeah, I think it was detained over the night.
Over the night. So, well, that's an Rufai person. He doesn't keep quiet. He doesn't allow. He doesn't believe that anybody should cow him.
Yeah.
He believes that as a citizen of this country, he has to talk, no matter what it is, and no matter whose horse is God, he has his right to speak out. So, for now, the law, we expect the law to take its course. If it's found guilty, well, if he's found not guilty, It's just a matter of the law now,
Yeah.
because people say he risked about 2 years in jail if found guilty of whatever he's been accused of doing.
Thank you, Zeb. I think what is important here is to say that, whether it will be found guilty, I mean, in relation to this, wiretapping, tapping the NSA's phone and then intercepting, communication, whatever is going to happen. I mean, the case, the federal government has filed a case, but the date for that, case has not been fixed by any court. But whatever is going to happen, I think what's important is fair hearing.
Exactly.
I think that's what people expect. But again, like you said, El-Rufai is a very controversial politician. I recall in the days of Jonathan, but he likes making statements. Sometimes statements that can, incriminating statements. Sometimes statements that can actually, throw the nation into some kind of chaos. I don't know. I mean, maybe on the basis of this, people are saying, look, he's been making statements, and then, of course, this time around, perhaps the federal government should look into it. I mean, after all, nobody is above the law. Chuka, what do you think? I hear people saying, look, you are not above the law. You can't be making statements that sometimes it's good to come and substantiate.
Yes.
What's your take on this, Chuka?
Thank you very much. I don't think we have much to talk again after my colleague has actually taken time to explain what is at issue. But the person of El-Rufai, or that all of us know, El-Rufai is an embittered politician. He's bitter most of the time. And they will always caution you. Common wisdom will tell you that when you are angry, don't make statements, because it could be very, very inflammatory. And what the man, since they lost out in APC, has not been a happy politician. And everything the government does annoys him, and he feels, why is it not him? Why is he out of the sunlight? Since that time, anything he does, and don't forget, this is a man who have been he have been benefiting from government. Even when he was a very young man, almost from his youth service days, from Obasanjo time, he have been benefiting from government. And now that it's just for a few years he have been out of favor from government, it's as if heaven have been let loose. Hell have been let loose. Yes. And he feels very, very uncomfortable with it. Leaving APC, he found it even difficult to join any other political party for some time, until eventually he pitched tent with ADC, where he's not even very, very comfortable at the same time. So what El-Rufai said, I don't think it's even heavier than what I said in the past. The only thing is that he is out of favor this time around. And this has also been a mastermind of some giving people discomfort too, that same person. Now the clock has gone the other way, gone full circle, and the sunshine is no longer in his own side of where he is. He feels that, oh, it is bad this time. Don't forget that at the time in this country, Peter Obi's conversation with somebody was also hacked like that, and nobody, he didn't raise any eyebrow. Government didn't raise eyebrow, because it was it was part of their own scheme. So what we are seeing now is, I think, as my colleague said, let the law take its full course, so that when you are pressing hand on somebody's saw, so that somebody has a saw, you put your hand and start pressing. As the person is screaming, you say, oh, keep pressing. Now that it is your own turn to endure that pain, let the pressing go on. It's
okay, but I think it's going to be an interesting case actually. By the time the case goes to court, and then I'm sure the federal government will, bring their lawyer, will prosecute the case.
Yes.
Erufai, of course, will get his lawyer. Of course, it's going to be an interesting time for lawyers and especially senior advocates of Nigeria. So it's going to be an interesting.
They are praying for this kind of situation.
Yeah, praying for this kind of situation.
So
high-profile case is going to be. But then you begin to ask yourself. That's why I'm actually looking forward to this case going to the court, because question will be asked. Because the NSA has not come out to say that indeed my phone
was hacked,
was wiretapped. He has not. Nobody has come out there. And then because the question will also be asked if indeed. Truly Erufai, actually, intercepted your whoever someone did it for him. How come the NSA himself did not raise the alarm that, or how come he was not invited on the basis of that until himself actually come out to say that, look, this is what happened. Someone did for me. Before the federal government the DSA is not inviting him, accusing him of doing it. Because if this was done, I mean, they should have been able to know, look, who is in charge, who is doing this, and then they should have been a thorough investigation and then pin down whoever was doing it, either Erufai himself or someone who did it for him, and then invite the person to, you understand? And then, of course, again, the question will also be asked, and then if the caliber of the NSA can suffer this, right? So it means that even Nigerians, and then what's the possibility, or what is the assurance that even the president's communication is not being intercepted? And then can we begin to look at why insurgency is not going down? Why the bandits are having so to say, you seem to be having a field day. Why is that, the soldiers, sometimes when the soldiers are moving in this direction, before they know
the bandits are going that way.
So it means that a lot of things have been going on. So perhaps what Erufai has come out to say may actually open a can of worms for us to actually know what has been going on and why the insecurity has festered. So I think that that's why, for me, I would like to see how this case will play out in the court. And the Erufai also said that even the government also accused the government of doing the same thing to citizens without a court order. So it's going to be an interesting.
If I may come in here before we jump into another. You see, over the years, there have been this air of invincibility around
some people.
The person of Erufai. Erufai, because of the large followership he enjoys from the Muslim North or from some particular groups of persons, he believed that he can just say anything.
And get away with it.
And he has said a lot of things in the past, and nobody really invited him or questioned him. So many Nigerians are...
Yes, sorry, sir. I remember him saying in the build-up to the 2019 election, when the U.S. Was trying to say, look, the election must be frank. They're going to send some money. So he said, if they come, they will go back in body bags.
Exactly. Yeah, so no, he has said a
lot of things in the past.
Many Nigerians are just watching to know how this
plays out.
Will play out, because he is one Nigerian that has played as if the government in power cannot do anything to him. And whatever allegation is being leveled against him or levied against him is not has no basis, has no root at all, that they were consequential. So now that DSS has entered into that, and the EFCC also has taken it up officially, because it has been an allegation. But now that the EFCC appears to have gone to court over this, many Nigerians will be happy to know how it ends.
How it ends, okay. All right, thank you so much. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we will take up the other topic, which is the advocacy by former President Goodluck Jonathan for president across Africa to be of age between 25 and 50 years. When we come back, We'll continue. Welcome back to Reflections Nigeria. This is where we, take up issues and then, or rather, let me say, reflect on issues, current issues, be they social, economic, or political around our country. Gentlemen, like I said, there's one other topic we need to discuss here. The former president, Goodluck Jonathan, last week was in Abuja, where the nation marked the 50th anniversary of the assassination of former head of state Murtala Muhammad. And during that event, Jonathan, while he was speaking, actually mentioned the fact that it would be nice to have African leaders, between the age of 25 and 50. Some people have disagreed with him, but Jonathan believes that he has been, of course, he was talking from this experience as a former president, that look, to govern a country, let's even use the case of Nigeria. To govern a country like Nigeria is a huge tax, and that you do not need someone who is already old, because there's so much you need to do. For him, it would be better if we have people of age between 25 and 50 years. Well, some are saying yes, Jonathan is right. Some are saying no. I mean, that's age has got nothing to do with quality leadership. And Zeb, let me going to start from you. Let's look at what Jonathan, do you see any sense in what he's saying?
Yes, there's much sense in what he said. People will argue that if you have a younger person as president in the country, such a person will be able to withstand the pressure, the daily pressure that comes as a result of confronting the nation's issue and the thinking very well about the country. The movements, all the distortions Nigeria has been experiencing as a result of incessant trips abroad by our leaders to seek medical help, that might not be the case, because if a president spends 2 weeks, 3 weeks on a stretch outside the country seeking medical help, that 3 weeks, a lot of things would have happened in the country that needed his attention, but he's not healthy enough to attend to such urgent needs in the country. Again, it will also enable the leader to have a very fresh ideas on issues, how to, and also tap the technological distance advancement we have today in dealing with the challenges of leadership, which the elder people may not. People are, let's say, 80, 85 and all that. At that time, somebody is coming to the twilight of his or her years on earth, and that is when the person begins now to bear the burden of a country like Nigeria. So, well, that being said, that is a very difficult thing to achieve in a country like Nigeria, where the people within that bracket, 25 to 50, 40 years, have not even got the money it requires to even buy form, let alone to prosecute a presidential campaign.
No, but there's some young people who are,
there are some young people who are millionaires, and I don't put them in all of them in one basket. But if you look around now, yes, we can say that some of them are the Senate, the House of Rep. They have got such financial muscle to do that. But they have not got that financial muscle up to the people that we see that are going in for such presidential, because these people have amassed money over the years, and they are they easily give out this money to buy votes and do other things that are surrounded by election in the country. So you don't forget that in 2022, the president, the former president, the late President Muhammadu Buhari, signed a bill, not too young to run, bill. So that had not even been tested. Nobody, he just signed the bill for the signing's sake. Nothing is happening. The youth are not being given the opportunity to run, to do anything. They have not got the wherewithal, the platform, the structure to even begin to run this thing. What we see these days that the youth are being given are just political aids and other distance. And the most negative aspect is that they are recruited to do some odd jobs for these money-bagged politicians during the election. So Jonathan was right to have said that if you look at the late Mohammed, who became the head of state at 39 or thereabouts, 38. Then look at Olusegun Obasanjo, 30. Look at Gowon, 32, and all those that
they were young soldiers.
They were very young soldiers. And we still have able youth today who can even rule this country perfectly. But nobody gives them that opportunity.
All right, Zeb, thank you so much. Chuka, going by Jonathan's advocacy, let's look at 2027 that is coming. If we were to accept what Jonathan has advocated, it means that the likes of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is currently 73, right? Yes. Will not run. Atiku Abubakar is 79. He will not run. You like people like Rotimi Amechi, who is 60, is in his 60, and then of course Rufai himself is 65. Peter Obi is 64. These are people. These are, as far as 2027 is concerned. I'm just looking at 2027, for instance. These are the frontline politicians and people who are actually, pushing to contest as president in 2027. So it means that all of these people are not qualified. If we were to go by Jonathan's, recommendation, right? So the question now is that, and these are the experienced people who have held one position or the other in the past, either as vice president, either as a running mate, either as president and governor or whatever. So don't we need experience in leadership? If we say, okay, people between age 25 to 50, between 25 and 50, where is the experience? Where are they going to get the experience from to be able to govern? Because you need that experience.
I think, thank you so much, Josh, for the question. But what I think is that what Jonathan suggested should be looked at as a journey, not a destination. What I mean by that is that we will now start from now grooming future leaders, starting with the young ones. Who says that with a 73-year-old president, they cannot have someone who is 30 as his vice?
Interesting.
And that person will now understudy him between that time where their first year in office to the next 80 years. That person will be close to 40. He shall have garnered all the experience he needs to do the job. But the challenge here is that everywhere, whether they are talking about governors or even from a local government chairman, anybody who is vice or deputy is regarded as a spare tire. And in some cases, spare tires don't
hardly succeed.
They don't even function as spare tires.
But they hardly succeed.
Their boss. And let's assume that they even do. But what I mean that the spare tires, this place, if your tire gets flat, you just put the tire immediately. But we have seen a situation in this country where a president will be traveling out of the country and he will not allow the deputy to work in his stead. He will leave the office vacant. We have heard a story in this country where they say, oh, this president is so powerful that he can work from any part of the country. So what we have is a very, very, very challenging situation that even if we have to start with a Jonathan's suggestion, it is still going to be very difficult to implement. Jonathan, yes, I think it was overambitious by saying that we start from 25 to 50. He himself was over 50 when he was there. And he justified his suggestion by saying that at a point he could not even sleep for 2 hours as a president. And that was over 50. He was over 50 when he was there. So by the time you have much younger person, I think it will be a better thing for us, but we need people with experience.
Yes.
Especially in Nigeria, where it's a very complex society. If you are not dealing with religious issues, you are dealing with economic issues, you are dealing with political issues. And this is a country where presidents work more on politics and religion than the economy that can move the country forward. So we have a problem on our hand, and I do believe that that problem is not insurmountable. We can start, if we have a deliberate, if we become intentional about it, we can achieve what Jonathan has suggested. See what is happening in Burkina Faso, where the president is less than 40. Chad and one other country, Mali, 3 of them. As against what happened in Cameroon, Rwanda, and Uganda. It's actually direct opposite. So we need to make a shift, what they call generational shift in this country, for us to actually start. Because sometimes even during state function, you see your president sleeping. And people will explain it away that, oh, he's tired. He has been sitting down for a long time.
He's a
human being. A president will go out of the country and sleep. And then there's an explanation to tell you that, oh, he didn't fall. It was just it's a human being. These are symptoms and signs of an ailing generation, a tired, an expired force.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chuka. But Zeb, do you see? Yeah, fine. I mean, so if you said Jonathan's advocacy is good, I mean, of course, you said it's not a destination; it's a journey.
Yes.
I think I want to agree with you. But are the youth actually? If you look at the way we are, the youths in Nigeria, are they really prepared for? Assuming
are they ready?
Yeah, they're ready, because you see. The youths, like you said earlier on, would rather, go allow themselves to be engaged to do some, odd jobs, some, in fact, ungodly things, for this politician, rather than just being satisfied with the crumbs, that, draw from the table of this, So are the youth ready, Zeb?
Yes, I can say here again that the youths are ready. If we stay in the studio here to assume that there are no youths that are interested.
You remember the late President Muhammadu Buhari called them lazy youths?
Yes, but there are youths that are in politics, registered members, card-carrying members of political parties who are very serious. Like I pointed initially, I said because they do not have the financial wherewithal to take them to where they want
to be.
So they are not getting the opportunity to be elected. Those, we have seen how our local government elections, that's where this thing starts, from councillorship to local government election, chairmanship and all that. So when you do not have the opportunity to get the basic, this little thing in quote, as a local government chairman,
or councillor,
and all that.
House of Assembly.
So how would you just graduate tomorrow to become the president? Nobody gives them the opportunity, and we can see that those who are emerged today as local government chairmen are being handpicked by even the people who the governors and other, even president. The president will stay where he is and so, okay, I need this person
to be there.
So it becomes very difficult. They don't have the wherewithal to get to where they are. So it becomes very difficult. Even to buy form, some of them don't have the opportunity of getting the form. We saw how buying a form or making form available became an issue with the PDP.
Yes.
The form was not made available, and it was made available to only one candidate. So deliberately, they shut out these youths, and they shut out even women. So until we have a deliberate policy of saying this quota will be filled
by so
age group, we are not going to get it. Just like he said, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So we'll get there. Since the discussion has continued now, has started. So we believe at a point it becomes a more robust discourse, that national discourse that
everybody will key into.
And the advocacy will become more pronounced towards that line.
All right, thank you very much, Zeb. Thank you so much, Chuka. This is where we go to, draw the curtain on Reflections Nigeria today. Until we come your way again next week, please stay tuned and continue to watch BusinessDay Television. My name is Joshua Bassi, the host of Reflections Nigeria. Thank you.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
One of the most socially accepted drugs, tightly woven into our social life in Nigeria, with some taking the drink to relax, celebrate, or forget their worries. Yet, it kills more people silently than many illegal substances, as many families are losing loved ones to liver failure caused by excessive drinking. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one guide to health and everything wellness. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Now, let's build up a mini plot. 40 to 60% of adult Nigerians actually consume alcohol. Liver diseases driving largely by alcohol account for 7.9% of medical admissions in Nigeria tertiary hospital, with 20.4% of these cases being liver issues. Alcohol consumption is a major risk factor with severe liver fibrosis, affecting up to 72.7% of heavy consumers of mixed locally and industrially brewed alcohol, and accounting for approximately 16.17% of all liver diseases deaths in Nigeria. Joining us to break down these statistics and help us understand alcohol abuse as a leading cause of liver failure is pharmacist Didi Esang, the founder and CEO of ScriptSafe Technologies. Welcome, Didi.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Let's go in quickly. Now, what is liver failure? I mean, in a deeper medical term, understanding the function of liver, and at what point does social drinking cross the line into alcohol abuse that can damage the liver?
Okay, so when we want to talk about liver failure, I think we need to break it down and start from understanding what the liver actually does, right? So the liver is a large, very powerful organ that performs hundreds of essential functions, like it regulates our blood sugar, produces albumin, clotting factors that help prevent swelling and bleeding. It manages fats, cholesterol, even bile to help digest food. But one of the most it does is filtering out toxins from the blood. And that function is very vital because it also makes the liver vulnerable, right? So for every toxin that we ingest, including alcohol, right, it needs to be processed in the liver. If that load is too high or it is sustained over time, then the liver begins to struggle. That's when you begin to have liver disease culminating in liver failure. Now, liver failure can be acute or chronic. For the purpose of, this segment and what we're going to be discussing today, we're going to focus on chronic liver failure because that comes at the end stage of liver damage, end stage of liver disease, right? And comes about when something has been injuring the liver for years, most commonly alcohol, and then over time, the healthy tissue that exists is replaced by scar tissue. And then once this scarring has become advanced, the damage is largely irreversible. That is why it is so important and it is so deadly. So now to answer the question, at what point does social drinking cross the line to begin to be a problem? I'll say the short answer is the amount of liver damage, it depends on how much a person drinks, how quickly they drink, and for how many years they've been sustaining this drinking. Now, from a medical standpoint, low risk drinking is generally defined as, for women, no more than one standard drink per day. It would be like tea. And when I say tea, I mean like tea in the proper sense, like let's say Lipton, a tea-colored urine, even after you have drank water. That is an indication of rising bilirubin. It means your liver is beginning to dysfunction, but then you chalk it up to malaria as well, right? Another thing that people very rarely recognize is a mental fog and personality changes. You're having difficulty concentrating in life, at work. You're getting highly irritable. You're forgetting a lot of things. You think, oh, I just need to go on leave. But you've gone on that leave and you've come back and the problem still hasn't gone away. You're not sleeping well at night. You're awake at night. You're sleeping during the day. This is a sign of liver disease, right? That people tend to ignore. And the danger is that with liver disease, you don't often see the symptoms at the beginning, at the stages where it's very easy to reverse. By the time the symptoms become really dramatic, you begin to feel pain. You begin to have jaundice, yellow eyes, you're having swelling in your abdomen, you're getting this intense confusion. By then, the disease has already, advanced. And that's the reason why it is so dangerous.
I'm not a medical personnel, so I'm a bit sentimental about this because why is it that some people develop liver failure after years of drinking, while others, you drink to stupor and you are still fine? It seems a bit unfair. Is it your body system coming in play, your stronger immune system coming in play?
Yeah, I would actually say yes, it is your body, right? Because that is often the thing, that's often the excuse that Nigerians would use, like, not even just with alcohol, right? We want to talk about something else that's dangerous for the liver. Local herbs and herbals, you'd be like, oh, my uncle has been drinking every day since he lived to 85 years old. My grandma has been taking alcohol every single day and in fact, she outlived everybody in her family. The truth is, and I'm going to be very, very honest, vulnerability varies from person to person. Like alcohol can trigger, but the vulnerability changes. In fact, even amongst very heavy drinkers, 10 to 35% will go on to get to the end stage of liver damage, which is severe cirrhosis. And that is influenced by very many factors. The first thing we always have to consider is genetics, right? Genetics. Some people carry a specific gene variant that makes their livers more prone to fat accumulation. That's the first stage of liver disease, fatty liver. Makes their livers more prone to fat accumulation and scarring. Some people have genetic variations in the enzymes that would metabolize or process alcohol. And these differences will affect how quickly toxic byproducts of that metabolism of alcohol, like acetaldehyde, are cleared. So if you have it clearing out slowly, that means it is building up more. That means more cellular damage, right? The second thing we have to consider is biological sex, right? And that is not being sexist in any way. just a biological woman is more susceptible to liver injury at lower levels of alcohol intake. Remember when we're talking about, a standard drink, for women, it is one standard drink per day. For men, it is two. And that's because women generally have lower total body water and like a different alcohol metabolism. So the same amount of alcohol will produce a higher blood concentration in a woman compared to a man. The next thing you want to think about is your own like current metabolic health and your body weight. Like if someone already has obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, adding alcohol is just like you're adding fuel to a very hot fire already. That combination now will now accelerate the inflammation and scarring of the liver. You now have liver disease, like you already have an existing liver disease. Sometimes people might not know because hepatitis, sometimes it's was silent. You have chronic hepatitis B or C, which is very common. And that dramatically already is increasing your vulnerability. And then you now add alcohol on top of that. You see how it can significantly like just speed up your progression to cirrhosis, right? The next is your drinking pattern. We'd also talked about this. There's a difference between someone who is drinking every single day for years, someone who drinks occasionally, and someone who is binge drinking constantly, right? Daily sustained drinking is different from occasional use. That's different from binge drinking, which adds additional inflammatory stress, to the liver. Another thing you need to consider is your nutrition, right? Chronic drinkers, that's just based on studies, often have protein and micronutrient deficiency. And this protein is essential for the liver to be able to repair itself from all this damage that we're subjecting it to, right? And the final thing you want to consider is time. The liver has a remarkable regenerative capacity. Some people are able to compensate for years before the compensation actually occurs. But then another thing you actually do want to bear in mind is that these people who you are looking at and you're like, they seem fine, they've been drinking and they seem fine. When you bear all these things in mind, although they seem fine, they might be in the beginning stages of liver disease. They might have a silent fatty liver. They might have early stage fibrosis, but they are not showing any, very outward, very severe symptoms. So they seem fine. But even the symptoms that they have, you chalk it up to malaria and typhoid or stress. And then by the time something happens, it now becomes, village people, this person was fine. They were fine. And then one day, but then that wasn't it. Like your liver damage was gradually progressing to that point.
So even with the liver being very strong and regenerative in your terms, and our body systems being different, is there a standard, like how much alcohol is too much before destruction of the liver starts?
Okay, so we had touched on that a bit earlier. It's not one single drink that's going to destroy the liver, right? It is sustained exposure over time. So again, just want to remember, medically, anyone who is consuming 30 to 50 grams of alcohol per day, to bring that back home, if you're consuming 2 to 3 beers per day, 2 to 3 glasses of wine per day, 2 to 3 shots of, whiskey, gin, whatever your poison is daily, and doing that for 5 years or more, you are severely increasing your risk of alcoholic liver disease.
I just realized that this conversation has been so interesting and we are slowly running out of time. So let's be a bit brief with the answer, right? So many people believe that herbal bitters are natural and therefore they are safe. I don't believe so, but a lot of people on the street, they think that because they are natural, they are safe. But what is the truth and how do they affect the liver?
You know what else is natural? Cyanide. Cocaine is natural. The bacteria that causes botulism is natural. We just need to, stop this narrative that natural automatically equals safe. The liver doesn't care whether a substance is natural or synthetic. It only cares if it is toxic. And most of these, herbal bitters, we don't know, the exact ingredients going into them, the the concentration of the active compounds, whether they are heavy metals or contaminants or direct poisons or toxins for the liver, whether alcohol is included, and for most brands in Nigeria they are. We don't know how they're interacting with other medications. All these things matter, right? There are documented cases of herbal-induced liver injury. And by the time they come to the hospitals, it's presenting as acute hepatitis, progressing to liver failure. By the time they come to the hospitals, it's mostly already too late, right? So there's a very severe risk with these.
Let's do a simple 2 plus 2, right? In a layman understanding. You said the liver is regenerative, meaning it can heal itself to an extent, right? So, if someone is seeing early symptoms of this liver damage, and decides to stop drinking, can the liver actually heal itself at that point?
That is a very beautiful question, and the answer is it depends on when you come in, right? I want to break it down by the stages of liver disease, right? So there's the early stages where you're having fatty liver that progresses to alcohol-induced hepatitis of the liver that goes into fibrosis, then cirrhosis, and then you're beginning to have issues. At the earlier stage, at fatty liver, right? If you stop drinking, improvements can begin in days. Your liver enzymes will begin to start improving within 2 to 3 weeks. By months, you're okay, right? And in many instances, the liver can return back to normal if you sustain that abstinence. By the time you get to, hepatitis fibrosis, by fibrosis, there's scar tissue beginning to form, on the liver. In many cases, there is still potential for improvements. We can still turn this around. With sustained abstinence, you're improving your nutrition, you're checking for all the other cofactors. The liver can potentially repair itself. But by the time it gets to this point, it goes from weeks to months. It will take months to years to begin to, reverse the damage. But once the disease gets to cirrhosis, right, that is, extensive scarring of the liver to the point where the structure of the liver is being distorted. At this stage, the scar tissue is not fully reversible. Stopping alcohol at that point, the only thing it can do is stop further damage. Any part of the liver that is still healthy, it can preserve that. It can improve your survival, but it cannot be reversed after that point. By the time you get to liver failure, the only thing that can help is a liver transplant.
When you talk about alcohol damage to liver, a lot of Nigerians take it with so much, as a pinch of salt. So, this saying that, you can take the horse to the river, but you can't force it to drink. That is synonymous in the case, because we have this, not be you go tell me what I go do mindset. But I want you to give us the hard truth and let us know the gravity of what we're dealing with. Now, in a real hospital setting, how often do doctors see patients who are already beyond treatment because they came in too late due to alcohol-related liver damage?
Such that it is not profitable anymore for them to sell this substance. And then don't just attack the symptoms. Understand, why is this happening? Why is this so rampant? Mental health is not something that should be played with. Addiction treatment, provide this at the grassroots level. Most people who are taking herbals or bitters are taking these things because they don't have the money to go to the hospital. And these herbals are being marketed to them as treatments. But if you provide, healthcare, make it accessible for them, there's no need for them to be taking herbals morning, afternoon, and night because they are trying to be well and they don't have money for medication, right? And then make available screening and early detection programs. Let people know how serious this entire thing is, and let them know at the level that they understand. Let them know at a level that they can also look at and be like, yeah, I do not want to die. I want to live long. I don't want, this to happen to my children, my family, my wife, my husband. So this is something that I want to go on board with. That I think those strategies will help the situation compared to just abject banning for every single thing.
So much, pharmacist Didi Esang. That was such a lovely and insightful conversation. And today's conversation reminds us that liver failure does not happen overnight, but is the result of choices made over time. Although alcohol may be socially accepted, its consequences are not. If you have a pressing question on today's topic or previous conversations, send a message to healthmatters@bdtv.ng@gmail.com or leave a comment. I am Amanda Imosigbuwe, reminding you to protect your liver drastically, reduce the intake of alcohol, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
Hello, change makers, and welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we take a peek into the unfiltered lives of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who run businesses in Nigeria while educating their peers on how businesses are built and ran through their unique stories from different sectors. I'm your host, Norma Obuna, and our guest today is the marketing genius, Meme Osocha. Meme Osocha is the founder and chief brand officer of Tact Innovations Limited, a pan-African marketing and research firm shaping how brands connect with Africa's next billion consumers. With over a decade of experience across multiple markets, she blends data and culture to help businesses grow. She is also the publisher of Bold Africa Brief, a leading newsletter on Africa's economic and cultural trends for decision makers across the continent and diaspora. Welcome to the show, Meme.
Thank you for having me.
So we're going to jump right into today's conversation. I'm so excited to talk to you about
Same.
your journey and everything that you have going on for you.
Mhm.
So I would like to start with knowing, when did you feel the spark to start your business? When was the first time that you felt this spark and said, I'm going to do this thing?
This business or entrepreneurship as a whole?
Entrepreneurship as a whole, and then your business.
Okay, so I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur since I was in the university. When I got into the university, I tried to sell clothes, but that thing, it didn't work out for reasons I cannot share here.
Okay.
And then when I left school and when I was serving, I started a shop and play party. And what that means is, I organized more or less like an exhibition where I gathered people together, and then there was a DJ playing and people were just shopping and partying. I started it while I was serving. I was only able to do one edition. That was not successful as well. But yeah, it was in Akwa Ibom at the time, at the Akwa Ibom state government supposedly at the time, but it didn't work out. But then it was my first foray into it. And then after NYC, I went for my second degree, came back and started another business. It was a media company with my co-founder, who is now late. May so rest in peace. He was the reason I didn't continue.
Okay.
So after that happened, I left and then went into corporate. So yeah, I went into corporate, started with it was like a research startup where 5-6 of us were pushing it. But it wasn't mine. I was working for someone. And then that failed after the first 9 months. Then I joined a global research company. Did that for a couple of years, left, joined another agriculture, should I say, startup. Did that for a year, went into venture capital, was head of marketing there for a while. And then, that was the time I knew it was time for me to get back into the streets that I like I like to call it. Yeah,
to return back to the streets.
Yeah. So after I was done with my time at the VC, I decided to leave and start my now company, which will be 2 years.
Oh,
yeah, by October 20th.
Okay, I have a show called Today in History. I hope that we'll be able to highlight that as well there.
Oh, that'll be lovely. Yeah. So it's been 2 years. I just realized that I have gathered enough experience, and I don't know if it's okay to go spiritual on this call, but
please go.
There's a thing I do every quarter where I take like 2 days off, and just shut down. No human interaction, no social media, no TV, nothing. I just shut down, and I just mostly spend time praying. And during that time, praying, quiet moments, nothing. I just shut down really in my house. And then in one of those moments, it came to me that it was time for me to leave corporate and start. So that really was the spark, aside from the fact that I'd gathered enough experience. That was the key moment that I, got the, should I say, audacity to step out again. So yeah, that's it.
Wow. So one thing that I picked from your submission here is that entrepreneurship is not just like, I get this idea and then now I'm making millions. There's a lot of ups and downs. There's a lot of stopping. There's a lot of starting again. There's a lot of, doing everything from scratch again. One thing I also want you to touch on, because you just mentioned that, is, a lot of people think that it's all about winning on entrepreneurship. So can you elaborate how you were able to pick yourself up, and all these times that you joined this company and it didn't work out, you started this one and it didn't work out, you were not able to have a second edition of the party and shopping exhibition.
Yeah.
So can you touch on that?
So I think for me, I always feel like if you wake up, if you manage to sleep and you wake up, it's a fresh start. Everything that happened yesterday doesn't matter. If that makes sense. So it just keeps me going. It's tough, it's difficult, but then again, when you're connected to the source, and I don't want to really make this show spiritual, but it's my truth, right? Because I'm deeply connected spiritually, it really guides me. That's where I draw my strength from. That's where my faith comes from to keep pushing. And then also I'm a highly curious person, so my curiosity actually drives me to, I want to figure it out. I just want to keep going, just want to try again. Where is it going? Okay, let's go there. We'll figure it out. So yeah.
Okay. So we've been a little bit serious. Our show is not a very serious show. This is a lounge where we share gist and we move with the serious stuff. So outside of the boardroom and drawing up business plans, having meetings, what is one way, aside from your retreats that you just mentioned, what is one way that you unwind?
Oh, I love movies a lot.
Wow. What are your favorite movies at the moment?
Do I have favorites at the moment? I don't know. I watch so many movies, so many genres. And I love movies because it does two things for me. One is an escape from my current reality. And then second, it allows me to step into a world that I'm not familiar with, if that makes sense. So from watching movies alone, I've learned a lot about human behavior, communication, societies that I've never lived in. So it's both relaxation and learning for me. And I get to see the world through the eyes of somebody else. So literally when I'm watching a movie, I feel like I am inside the movie. It's how it happens in my head. It's a bit crazy. So yeah, I really do love watching movies. After a long day, if I really, really want to just shut down before I sleep, I have to put something. I have to put a movie. Yeah.
So if we walked into your business space, or we walked into your private corner where you do your business, what is one theme song that describes it? If your business had a theme song, what is the song that describes it?
Hey God, I don't want to say what just came to my head, but
oh my God.
What's the theme song?
This is a safe space, so feel free.
Okay, let me say the first thing that popped in my head when you said it was about.
Is it chaotic?
No, I don't know why that came to my head,
God.
but Alignment by Lawrence Oyo.
Okay.
I'm highly, my mind is chaotic because it's always processing, but then my space has to be completely aligned.
Okay, so the Ozeba is for the chaos, and then alignment calms everything down.
You get, so yeah, Alignment by Lawrence Oyo is how you would yeah, my space is always in order, just to control the chaos going on.
Wow. So if you had 1 hour with one person in the world, first of all, do you drink coffee or do you prefer tea? Which of the beverages do you prefer?
Tea. I used to be a coffee person, but now tea.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
We have a coffee repentant here in the room, guys. Okay, so if you were to have tea with any top business leader in the world, who would it be?
Top business leader. I'm struggling with this question because
There's a lot of people.
Yes, I draw my insight from so many people. So I don't know if there is one person right now that I would say, although I'm currently reading Making It Big.
Okay.
So just because I'm reading that right now, that's Femi Otedola's book. It would be nice to just have a conversation because there's some parts of the book that I read and I feel like it would have been lovely to ask follow-up questions on, some of his thought processes or mindsets during some situations. So yeah, maybe just for this moment, yes. But I don't know if there's one person top of mind right now really that I'll say is my number one overall. I read about so many people. I write about so many people's journeys as well through my own platform. So yeah.
Okay, Mr. Femi Otedola, please give us a call when you see this video. Femi would like to have tea with you, okay? Okay, let's move on to the next questions because I don't want you to leave this space without sharing everything that you have for us. So let's rush it up. So at what moment did you feel that I'm really doing this thing? Because sometimes in entrepreneurship, one of the things I notice that a lot of people have is that they think, I'm not really making it. They are in a space where they're just seated and they can't even believe that this thing is going to make sense. But then somehow they start to think, I'm really doing this thing. Like, I have started making money first of all, and I started changing lives, and like my brand, my business is impacting other people's lives. At what point did you feel like that?
I think I would say 18 months into my business. The first year was me waking up every day and like, what decision have I made? I left my corporate life. It's paying me a nice salary. I was living the life. And then I come out and at the end of every month there's no salary and I'm just, trying to build this thing and figure it out. But, I woke up one day 18 months later and I figured out that I had 5 people on my team that I was paying salaries.
Wow.
And, when I was just reflecting and looking back, I realized that, there isn't a month yet. And I hope that never happens. It won't happen. But I realized that I haven't owed, salaries. And I was so grateful in that moment that, it means we're doing something right. The money isn't flowing as much yet because, it's not even 2 years yet. But the consistency of being able to take care of people who obviously have dependents in one way, shape or form. I think that was the moment that I realized that, this is really happening. And outside of myself, I'm responsible for other people's well-being. So
now let's dive a little bit into your business. So I wanted to know, how important is branding and marketing for businesses? Because some people, they just want to start something, make one small page on Instagram or TikTok and just start selling. How important is it for a business or any entrepreneur that wants to make it in the industry to have good marketing, good branding? From
the onset, right? I think branding and marketing should be part of your strategy from the moment you decide you want to do a business. Like you rightly said, it's usually an afterthought for many people.
Yes.
And then at that time, it becomes difficult to integrate some of the ideas or strategies that comes from the consultant or the agency or the company that you hire. It's absolutely important, especially if you're thinking about building at scale. Right, you're not thinking about just being a street corner business, and no offense to that kind of business, but if you are thinking about building for millions of people, countries, nations, you need to think about your branding and your marketing strategy, especially your branding from the get-go. From the moment you decided, I'm doing this and I have a name, even if you don't have a name, from the moment you decide, that is so critical. I don't know what scale to put it on. If you're going to put it on a scale of 100, I'll say 1,000.
Wow.
I know. I think I'm sure most people will say it's because that's what I do, but I have seen the impact, especially with some of the businesses I've been opportune to, support from day zero. And I see how, just having that clear strategy on who we are and who we want to be in the market and how we want to be perceived, having that clear-cut strategy from day one, I see how it has affected the way, positively, by the way, affected the way they have succeeded in the first few months to years of their business. And in the same vein, I've also been opportune to work with businesses who already started.
Okay.
And then got to a point and they realized,
we need to call them.
Yeah, we need to really think about this thing called branding beyond just slapping on some logo from somewhere, right? So it's absolutely so it's so critical.
So in what ways has your brand helped people? Because I'd like you to go into detail if you want to. What ways has your brand helped other people in marketing, help them to, be and do what they say they want to do in the space of business?
By God's grace, we've been opportune to work with quite a lot of brands who are kicking off. Many of them are not very well known in the market yet, but I don't know how to. I wish I had numbers now to communicate, but. I'll try to use an example without calling the name of the brand now. So we recently worked with a food brand. They were looking to create a product that helps with cooking jollof rice in say 15 minutes. Right? So it was like it's a combination of multiple products. Think about all the products that you use to cook your jollof rice, all blended into a powder.
Is it kind of a ready-to-eat kind of thing?
Yes. Okay. So you just pour your powder, you fry it, you put your parboiled rice, cover it. That's it. So you're not chopping onions, you're not doing all that. Nothing. So when they had created the product, because the group has, it's a group of companies. They also have an agricultural side, and this was them, trying to do something for the consumers. So when they had, finalized the formulation and, it was time to go to market, we were approached to think around first. They say, we want to package this product, just sell it in market. That would have been great. We could have done that. But for me, I feel like the devil is in the details, and I like to go into the strategy of it before getting a designer to slap on something, because I believe in logic and magic, working together to create something that is, not just beautiful, but is generating the ROI that you would like. So when they came to us, we went to the drawing board, did a lot of research. We looked at the markets, looked at the players who are already doing something similar, both in Nigeria and other countries that they were looking to sell. After we did that research, we realized that, beyond just branding the product, how about we create for you a strategy, or should I say, an architecture that allows you to have multiple convenience lines. So when we went back to them, we're not just going back to them to say, okay, we're going to use red, yellow, and pink, right? We're telling them, okay, we know you're doing this product, but let's look 20 years into the future, right? Which is the way I like to think about the businesses that I work with. Let's look 20 years into the future. What is it that you can potentially be? And then when we figure that out, we'll build something today that can potentially scale. So that's why I told you at the beginning, if you're looking at building for scale, you must have branding from day one. So what now happened is that instead of just doing packaging for that product, we created an identity for an imaginary now convenience line. And convenience line means that you now have multiple ready to eat items under, which they didn't have at the time, by the way. But I saw that as I was telling him, he was getting excited.
God, we have to do this.
Yeah, so when we were done with the identity for the convenience line now, then we now created the packaging under that identity. What that now means is that even in the strategy and the identity brand book that we created, we had even created like even color palettes for potential ideas, even pitched some potential ideas in. That's how deep I like to go and the team likes to go when we are designing a brand. So again, it's beyond just the colors. We think about what you can potentially be and then create for that. So when you start to introduce, new ideas and whatever you have can now stretch. So I like to build brands that can stretch beyond where you're seeing today. So it's my job to do the research and think for you in 20 years, if you don't already have that. And I tell you, this is where I think you can go. I will build something that can stretch. Guess what? After we had done that, everyone loved the visuals that we created because every color, every text, every font was there was a strategy behind it. I could tell you why exactly we placed X here, or used this color, or used this phrasing. Because there was research back in it, and my designers love when we come to them with that because it's very clear, it's easy for them to think and create.
Just go ahead and do.
So
what
you're not coming to them and then they're looking at this ceiling, Joseph Company, right? What are we doing here? And then they just start sketching
anything.
And before you know it, you see that they're doing 50 designs, and then the founders are like, "Oh, we don't like it. What happens is when we go through the strategy, we give you like 3. Usually we don't give more than 3, and guess what? There is almost always one that is a hit. Maybe all we have to do is now optimize, but that's not the cake. After we had done the packaging for that product that was ready, by the time they had produced the package and shipped it to the country where they wanted to start selling, because it's not selling in Nigeria just yet. It's not primarily. It's for us, but it's not primarily for this market because of some consumer behavior patterns that we found.
Sometimes I feel like we would be very suspicious, just
that
like the way Indomie came at first. I remember when it took a while before they could start, but it's actually a good idea for it's actually a good idea, and I love how detailed you are. Please go on with
so by the time that was produced and I was really already being sorted in the markets where they came back to me with 3 other product ideas. And they wanted us to create the packaging for it. So what we did for them now helped them start to think of product extension, product line extension. What they were not even thinking about. So now they have other product lines that they will roll out very soon, all under that convenience. So what that means is you're not creating a new logo. It's plug and play. You now create different colors for those different packagings so that each packaging or each product line now has its own identity, if that makes sense. I know it sounds a bit complex, but so I think I was excited when they came back and they're like, we have 3 products that we want to see, so we need the packaging design so that they can so
I love how detailed you are with your work. So if someone wants to go into this line of business, they want to start their own marketing or branding company, what are 3 things that you would tell them that you wish you had known?
Wish I had known. Well, thankfully, somehow my path led me to where I am now. But 3 things I would say is, 1, you need to understand research. For me, research, working with the global research company that I was opportunity to work with really gave me the understanding of what it is what it means to actually create brands and market. So it's beyond just saying, we have this, come and buy. It's understanding your consumers, the market, the psychology, what works, what doesn't work. So you really need to understand research, because it really does help you with creating the right kind of campaigns, or the right kind of brand strategies, or the right kinds of copy. So that's 1. 2, you said 3, right?
Yes, 3.
Yeah. So research is so cool. I wish I could say research 1, 2, and 3, because I feel like research is
so
the
important.
Hack. But 2, I think curiosity is so key. You have to be a highly curious person to be able to step into the world of your clients, or where you work. So I think curiosity. Personally, I'm a highly curious person, so that helps. But I think being able to develop the capability or the capacity to be curious about things does help. And then lastly, I would say give yourself the opportunity to stretch. I know in the world today, people like to say, oh, I am an XYZ marketing expert, which is fantastic. But what has helped me is the multiple industries that I have worked with over the years. And when I'm thinking about a project in front of me, it's like I have a latitude of information that my brain is pulling off. Okay, how did we do it when we worked for an NGO? Okay, what did we do when we worked for a retail company or hospitality? And maybe what is in front of me is medical, for example. So your thinking, it's broader when you've allowed yourself to stretch beyond just one thing, one sector. It just allows you to think better. It's not. I know this is not a norm because you tend, they say jack of all trades, master of none, but we all know the full thing. I mean, if you don't know, you should go check. Should go read it and find out what the full adage is.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will not be telling you though.
Yeah, no, but
because I don't know.
No, you need to go find out.
I know what you need to go and find out, please.
But yeah, just the third one I would say is just stretch beyond what you know, stretch beyond the sectors that you have worked. Try your hands on as many things as possible. And then when you're building for your clients, you see that your thinking is much deeper, if that makes sense.
So what is one odd habit that we would not expect that you have?
Odd.
Don't be shy.
I don't know if I'll
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
And this is the Business Day television news update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Petroleum advances marginal field with Shell support. And ministers lament on 10 trillion naira capital funding stalls. NGX ends rally as market cap drops to 121.55 trillion naira. NBCC launches economic dialogue to boost bilateral trade. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Shell Western Supply and Trading publicly endorsed the performance of Petroleum Energy following the company's successful delivery of first oil from the Dawes Island field. Shell Trading's Chief Executive Officer Rodrigo Teixeira de Abreu praised Petroleum's leadership, noting that the project moved efficiently from concept to production. Petroleum achieved first oil in 2025 under Nigeria's marginal field program and has since drilled multiple wells, brought the DI2 wells on stream, and evacuated about 158,000 barrels of crude through the Bonny Oil and Gas Terminal. With the D13 well already drilled and expected to come on stream this quarter, and a fourth well planned later in the year, Petrolon is positioning itself for rising output. And analysts say Shell's backing is a strong vote of confidence in both the company and Nigeria's indigenous operators at a time when local producers are increasingly driving national oil production. And moving on, Nigeria's capital budget implementation in 2025 has weakened sharply, with budget office data showing that MDAs received just 834.8 billion naira for capital projects between January and July, far below the 10.81 trillion naira pro rata benchmark. This represents a performance rate of only 7.72%, despite 18.53 trillion naira being allocated for MDA capital spending for the year. And overall capital spending was also poor, with only 3.60 trillion naira spent out of an expected 13.67 trillion naira by July, leaving a 73.7% shortfall, with federal revenue coming in at 13.67 trillion naira against a target of 23.85 trillion naira, while MDAs received just 6.1% of total government revenue during the period. Health received only 36 million of its 218 billion naira capital budget. Transport got about 1% of its 256.73 billion naira allocation, while the Marine and Blue Economy Ministry received just 202 million of 3.53 billion naira. The Accountant General blamed limited cash and tighter financing rules. However, analysts say recurrent spending is crowding out development. And still on, the Nigerian equities market closed lower on Tuesday, snapping its multi-day rally as investors locked in profits, particularly in banking stocks. The NGX All Shares Index fell 0.47% from 190,262.44 points to 189,362.94, while market capitalization dropped from 122.13 trillion naira to 121.55 trillion naira. The number of deals surged 34.8% to 86,697, with traded volume climbing 12.9% to 1.19 billion shares, while transaction value dipped 4.4% to 60.19 billion naira. The NGX Consumer Goods Index rose to 4,438.58, reflecting sustained demand for food and household product manufacturers. The Industrial Index slipped 0.5%, Insurance Index fell 0.57%, while the Oil and Gas Index closed flat. The session highlighted sharp sectoral divergence, with strength in consumer stocks unable to fully counter every profit taken in banking shares. And coming up, NBCC launches economic dialogue to boost bilateral trade. We bring you this and more after this commercial break. Welcome back. Still on the Nigerian scene, the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, NBCC, has hosted the maiden edition of its Economic Outlook UK Forum in London, bringing together policymakers, economists, financial institutions, and business leaders to strengthen Nigeria-UK trade and investment ties. NBCC President and Chairman Prince Abimbola Olasore said the forum was designed to identify emerging stability, unlock growth opportunities, and position the private sector as the engine of sustainable development between both economies. Razia Khan, Chief Economist for Africa and Middle East at Standard Chartered Bank, provided insight on Nigeria's microeconomic reforms, inflation outlooks, foreign exchange stability, and growth prospect. The NBCC said the forum marks a major milestone in structured Nigeria-UK economic engagement and will help drive new investment and trade opportunities in 2026 and beyond. And away from that story, Nigeria's push to localize healthcare manufacturing gained momentum with the approval of the Avestified Free Trade Zone as the managing director of the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, Olufemi Ogunyemi, said the project would reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported medical products. Ogunyemi revealed that the free zone will help close critical gaps in the health sector by attracting investment, boosting local production, creating jobs, and easing pressure on foreign exchange. The Presidential and Federal Ministry of Health representative Abdul Mokhtar disclosed that Danish firm Vestigard, working with Nigeria's Avestified through SNG Health, will invest $30 million to produce 10 million insecticide treated nets annually, creating about 600 jobs in Ogun State. Analysts say specialized free zones like Avestified will cut imports, save foreign exchange, and position Nigeria as a regional hub for healthcare manufacturing. Also, concerns over data privacy and security are emerging as a major challenge to Nigeria's financial inclusion drive, despite years of investment in digital infrastructure. As experts say, millions of Nigerians may hesitate to join the formal financial system. The Central Bank of Nigeria had targeted reducing adult financial exclusion to 20% by 2020, but the rate remained at 36%, highlighting persistent gaps in the finance industry. The issue has gained attention following the Nigeria Data Protection Act and the establishment of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, while analysts say financial service providers must embed privacy protections into the design of their product to build confidence among users. Although experts say addressing privacy concerns is critical to unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's digital finance ecosystem and expanding access to formal financial services. And so when the local news, former Inspector General of Police have expressed support for ongoing reforms in the Nigeria police force, while urging President Bola Tinubu to increase funding for the service during the visits to the current Inspector General, Kayode Egbetokun. Egbetokun highlighted the dynamic nature of Nigeria's security landscape, noting threats from violent crimes, kidnapping, cybercrime, and communal unrest, stressing that tackling these challenges requires intelligence-led professional policing. The IGP outlined recent reforms, including upgrading the intelligence and medical units to directorate, digitizing medical records, establishing additional police mobile force squadrons, and launching a special intervention squad for targeted operations. Former IGP Mohammed Abubakar appealed to President Tinubu to prioritize adequate funding for the force, stressing that improved financial resources would enhance security across Nigeria. Coming up, MTN to acquire IHS Towers for $6.2 billion. This and more after the short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Still on the news update, MTN Group Limited has agreed to acquire IHS Holdings Limited in an all-cash transaction valued at $6.2 billion, bringing Africa's largest mobile operator and one of the continent.
biggest tower companies under one roof. IHS revealed that shareholders will receive $8.50 per share, representing a 239% premium to its share price. The IHS Towers board has unanimously approved the deal and will recommend it to shareholders, while MTN, which already owns about 24% of IHS, has agreed to vote in favor of the transaction, with long-term investor Wendell pledging support and giving the deal over 40% backing. IHS Chairman and CEO Sam Darwish said the deal offers shareholder certainty and the combination brings together Africa's largest mobile operators and one of its largest digital infrastructure platforms. The deal, expected to close in 2026, will be funded through MTN's equity rollover and a mix of cash from both companies alongside existing IHS debt. And also, Senegal expects to meet its upcoming March Eurobond payments on schedule. According to reports, the West African nation owes more than $480 million to Eurobond holders next month. Amid a debt burden, the IMF estimated at 132% of GDP at the end of 2024. The government has raised sufficient financing through tax revenues and regional debt auctions, sources said, despite a freeze on a $1.8 billion IMF lending program, triggered by previously undisclosed borrowing under the former administration. Senegal's first quarter tax revenue, including corporate income tax, personal income tax, VAT, and dividend tax, are expected to cover a significant portion of the payment, while officials have already raised 510 billion CFA francs and plan to issue 4.132 trillion CFA francs in total for 2026. Now, while funding details are still being finalized, multiple sources express confidence that the payment will be made on time. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has welcomed nearly $36 billion in Japanese investment to support three major American projects in Texas, Ohio, and Georgia. The move reportedly marks the first tranche of investment under a landmark trade deal signed last year, in which Tokyo pledged $550 billion in U.S.-based projects. Japan is also financing a $2.1 billion deep-water crude oil export facility off the Texas coast, expected to generate up to $30 billion in annual U.S. crude exports. In Georgia, Japanese investor will fund a $600 million synthetic diamond gate facility operated by Element 6, part of the De Beers Group. Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi said the initiative strengthened the U.S.-Japan alliance while promoting or prompting mutual economic benefits, growth, and security. And India is expected to produce less sugar than initially estimated this season, as excessive rainfall across key production states has reduced cane yields. Output for the 2025-2026 marketing year is now projected at between 28.5 and 29 million metric tons, down from earlier forecasts of nearly 31 million tons. The largest reduction is seen in Maharashtra, the country's top sugar producing state, where output is expected at 9.6 million tons versus the previous estimated of 10.8 million tons, as farmers report that heavy rains disrupted root development, while nearly half of the state's sugar mills have temporarily shut. Despite India increasing its sugar export quota to 2 million tons for the year, traders say mills are prioritizing higher domestic prices over overseas shipment, resulting in inability to ship 700,000 tons. Analysts say the situation highlights how weather disruption in major production region can impact both local markets and international trade flows. We bring you the sport news after this break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back, and now to sports. Real Madrid winger Vinicius Jr. has described racists as cowards as Benfica midfielder Gianluca Prestiani denied racially abusing the Brazilian. UEFA announced on Tuesday that an official investigation had been launched after Vinicius, who is 25, reported alleged racist abuse by Prestiani during Real Madrid's 1-0 win against Benfica in Lisbon on Tuesday. The Champions League match was altered for 10 minutes by referee Francois Letizia, with both sets of players leaving the pitch shortly after Vinicius had given his side the lead. The forward, who has been the victim of numerous incidents of racist abuse during his playing career, said in a post on Instagram that racists are, above all, cowards, adding that they need to put their shirts in their mouth to show how weak they are. And so in the news, Team GB's women curlers' slim hope of reaching the Winter Olympic semi-final remain alive after they stole 2 shots in an incredible final-hand victory over the United States. The Scottish quarter need to win their final 3 games and hope for favors elsewhere if they are to salvage a place in the medal matches. Trailing 7-6 going into the final end, they were without the armor and looked set to suffer a decisive defeat after a haphazard performance. And Rebecca Morrison, however, executed a sensational double takeout with a final throw to put pressure on the final US stone, and the Americans faltered, botching their effort to end the British ring an implausible 8-7 triumph. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news updates this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good afternoon and you're welcome to Behind the Headline, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. I am Deborah Eze. Conversation we are centering on this afternoon is Nigeria joins Africa peers as food inflation slows to single digits. Just stay with us as we go behind the headlines. Welcome back. Nigeria's food inflation easing into single digits signals a potential turning point, but questions remain over sustainability, consumer relief, and structural reforms. Is this genuine recovery or temporary respite? We examine the data, the drivers, and implication for household and policy directions. And to help us with this is Bumi Bailey. She's the Assistant Editor, African Report, BusinessDay. It's good to have you, Bumi. Again. All right. This single digits food inflation now, do you think it's what are the specific factors that are driving this? And do you think it's a structural improvement in the Nigeria's economy?
Okay, so the major drivers, I would say they are both statistical and also a bit of incentives that the government have introduced. I mean, in 2024, I think that was December, the government introduced an import waiver. That's they removed import duties for some staples, I think rice, maize, and some other major staples. So that actually now brought the prices of food down. And we also seen that Naira has also appreciated too, which also had an impact on food inflation. And then you also look at the harvest season. I mean, usually the last, I would say, towards the end of the third quarter of the year and the fourth quarter of the year normally have the harvest season. So Nigeria, we are still in the harvest season, so it's the gains from the harvest that is translating to lower food prices, which we've seen if we've gone to double digits. I mean, if we compare December, we were at 10.8% and now we're at 8.8%. So yes, it's actually a good improvement now, because the last time we were at single digits was May 2015. That was, I think, during Buhari, late President Buhari's time, that we are single digits. Since then, we've been at double digits. I mean, if you compare in 2020, I would say 2024, food inflation was as high as close to 40%, and it's a huge respite.
So, yeah, many Nigerians are still saying food is expensive. So how do you think they can reconcile with, you know, this figure being a single digit and still complaining about the fact that food is expensive?
So, you know, I talked about from where we were. I mean, in 2023, inflation was spiking at a very accelerating rate. So let's say, for example, the bag of rice was maybe 30k then. It rose to about close to 100k. So the problem then was that food prices kept on rising. You would not even have a break. But if you compare that period to towards the end of last year, this year, and maybe January, you could see that food prices are still high, but they are rising at a slow pace. For example, let's say bag of rice has actually come down. Price of bag of rice has come down. But let's use something else that is still on the high side. Maybe bread, for example. I think bread is roughly almost going to 2,000 now, right? I mean, if you compare maybe 2 years or 2024, it hit 1,000. But then when you see the pace of growth, it rose so fast. So, but now you will see that it's still at that 2,000, but that pace of price increase is what we're not going to see. So I don't know if prices not everything comes down. You can't expect, maybe apart from petrol, maybe I'm trying to use something, maybe clothes, for example, right? If I bought this clothes for maybe, let's say, 10,000 in 2023 or 2024, right? And now that clothes has increased to 20,000. So that price will still be at 20k. So we're not going to expect that double increase price this year. So that's just what we're seeing, that we're not going to face that continuous surge in prices. So now we're either going to see a bit of stability in prices, or maybe prices will be coming down but at a slower pace.
Right. So does this trend actually mean the central bank would cut interest rates soon? And if yes, what does it mean for jobs and also, you know, lending and businesses?
So inflation has come down. I think they might be dovish, right? They might cut rates or they might hold. But I like to be in two ways. Either they hold or they cut. They're not actually going to increase interest rate, because in the, I think, last MPC meeting in 2024, Cardoso said that they were going to maintain a dovish stand to see how the growth in interest rate is translating to the economy. Because if you look at the whole of, when you compare Nigeria and Africa, Nigeria has, I think, one of the highest, among the maybe top 5 highest interest rates in Africa right now. And if you look at last year to now, Nigeria is also following the easing trend. I mean, this month, the start of 2026, we've seen about, let's say, 6 major countries, African countries, that have eased rates at a massive rate. So likely might see Nigeria either holding or easing, but what we are seeing or hearing is that most analysts are expecting the MPC to reduce rates to about 100 basis points. Right, because they started easing rates in September last year. That was the first time in like 5 years. So expectations are they most likely would ease rates, and if they do that, they will join their other peers, which are actually seeing the single double-digit interest, single digit inflation and food inflation, and also single-digit MPR rates.
All right, let's go back to food prices. If the prices keeps falling, who benefits most from it?
So generally, households, businesses. I mean. Decline in food price and also interest rates has a multiplier effect on the economy.
Right.
I mean, when food prices come down, poverty rates will come down. Nigeria's purchasing power of consumers would improve. When the purchasing power improves, demand also increases. And when that demand increases, it translates to production of goods and services. I mean, for business that we talked about, if they ease interest rates, right, we would see the banks, you know, I would say increasing credit to the economy, because the MPR rate, right, that is very high at 27%. We've seen private sector lending drop to about, I think, the lowest in 5 years because of this rate. So we might see a reverse of that when we see more lending to the economy, more credit to the economy, and that has an impact. I mean, once you do that, it means that companies can have that money to expand their business, and when there's expansion, it leads to jobs creation. When there's job creation, it leads to income, it leads to economic growth, and hopefully sustainable economic development. So that's where the multiplier effect kicks in.
All right, speak to us about the specific factors that you think should stay in place for this improvement to actually last.
Okay, so for food, you have to look at the factors. In fact, I think one thing that also needs to be addressed is what the farmers are complaining about the import. Although I don't know when they are going to stop that, because farmers are already complaining that they are losing. Making losses because they are producing but they can't sell because imports are already flooding into the market. And most of these farmers, they actually earn from the produce, like what they sell to the market. They make they make a living from this thing. So what's going to happen to the farmers? So we need to look into that so that farmers would not be at the losing end. And another reason why I should look into farmers is because if there's not enough farming activities going on, that affects the agriculture sector. I mean, in Q3 last year, agri sector grew about 3.7%, and that's at the highest in maybe almost in recent years. So I hope the import waiver and what the farmers are complaining does not translate or does not affect activities in the agriculture sector. Another thing that I think we need to look at is insecurity too. I mean, I don't know about the farming, but I know you've seen a surge in insecurity that has risen, right? And insecurity has been like a perennial problem in the agriculture sector. So I think we still need that to be fixed. One other thing I can think of, I think maybe storage facilities. I mean, now that we have their harvest, I think it should be almost over. The food products or produce we have less, we need to store them. Also, climate change is also a factor. I mean, now we are in, I don't know if I should call it raining. It's not predictable anymore. So we need to look into the weather conditions, and that's
all right. Thank you so much for coming to Behind the Headlines for me.
No problem.
All right, we're speaking to Bumi Bailey. She's the assistant editor, African Reports, here at Business Day. And of course, the conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpacked what its development mean going forward. Thank you so much for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us tomorrow on another edition on Behind the Headlines.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.